The court is going to start its proceedings. So, without further ado, we'll ask the prosecution to pick up from where they left off yesterday.
iyi mufite
yego akoze nyakubahwa.
Thank you, Your Honor, honorable judges. As the court just said, we're going to pick up from where we left off yesterday. We were talking about the crime of aiding terrorism that RUSESABAGINA Paul is accused of. We had showed the court what the law says about that crime. We showed the court the elements constituting that crime. We were about to end about the section of evidence in that about that crime. Yesterday we were proving where MRCD-FLN General Treasurer collaborated with the presidency of that organization in its operations. And we showed the court that in his daily activities with money donated to support their activities, we showed them how the money was sent to different countries, and we showed the court that the bulk of the money went to the Congo, where they had their base. That's where FLN had its base, and MRCD-FLN presidency was aware of it. That was based on the testimony from Semana Calix, a.k.a. Sankara, who was among the presidents. He revealed the report about the money that they collected, and we are based on the different documents we shared with the court that clarify MRCD-FLN structure, where we show the court that the General Treasurer was directly under the supervision of the presidency. And about section 195, paragraph 195, we used that to show the court the treasurer's functions. So it was a position that was directly under the presidency of MRCD-FLN and was followed its instructions. So this shows that what we also spoke about RUSESABAGINA Paul's interview, where he said how the money would come from different places, but he didn't know where it was sent. We proved that was false. We gave evidence that the money was being sent on orders from the presidency, which also had the report on its use. And based on this, we're saying that those wire transfers that we showed the court yesterday could not have been made without the orders from the presidency, which was headed by RUSESABAGINA Paul, and which presidency would also receive a report on the use of the money they had sent. Your Honor, the document we shared with the court about that structure had a title that went like this: MRCD organizational chart and responsibilities. It's a document that was retrieved from Rusesabagina's laptop when his residence was searched by the police. He also told the court that there was another document, a chart with data from his phone that was analyzed during the same house search. There were attachments that's read like this: MRCD reform project of its organs. So he was aware of those documents, and that proves that all that was done with the money that was sent to the General Treasurer, Rusesabagina was aware of. Your Honor, here is one more point we want to add before we move on to the next point. In that document from Belgium, the document we mentioned yesterday about different wire transfers through different money transfer companies following an investigation in Belgium, we have a table of the summary of those wire transfers, a table that was produced by the Belgian investigation that shows different individuals. And as we showed the court yesterday, these are different individuals, but they are the ones who were used to send that money. And we showed the court that in terms of the countries the money went to, the bulk of it went to the DRC, where FLN had its base, and the rest of the money went to Madagascar and the Comoro Islands. Let's clarify one point, Your Honor. We kept going back to this evidence from the Belgian investigation. We want to clarify that. There's another dossier that had been mentioned at the beginning of this case, the trial, about jurisdiction over Rusesabagina's case. The dossier sent in 2012 to Belgian investigation. Other evidence was mentioned from Belgium that came here in December 2020. We kept going back to that dossier with evidence about those wire transfers. It's a dossier which is not different from what we're talking about. It came from a commission. It came from a partnership between Rwanda and Belgian investigation. After having Saimana Calixte, aka Sankara, accepted to share information which corroborate what we said yesterday, Rwanda requested the Belgian counterparts to collect evidence to search Rusesabagina's property and Munyemana Eric's, and all the evidence is not about a different dossier that started in Belgium. It's evidence that was found based on the request, upon the request of Rwanda after Saimana Calixte, aka Sankara, was arrested. That's when there was the search on Rusesabagina's residence and car and other individuals, and we want to also mention this. we told the court, we shared different tables with the court yesterday about different wire transfers and money that was sent to support terrorist activities. But these tables and these amounts, this is not exhaustive. It's not the only amount of financial support that RUSESABAGINA Paul sent to support his terrorist organization in its terrorist activities. But this is what the investigation has come up with so far. The investigation is still going on. We might collect more evidence. We might find out more about other individuals. We wanted this to be clear. And if we let's continue about the evidence about RUSESABAGINA aided terrorism. After having shared with you the different tables about wire transfers, by different individuals to different individuals, we want to tell the court, to give the court another set of evidence in the charts from RUSESABAGINA's phone when it was analyzed by the Belgian police. If you look at the dossier, you'll find the different charts from his phone. Chart number 127 shows how RUSESABAGINA played a role in aiding terrorist activities. And in this chart, you'll find a conversation between RUSESABAGINA Paul and Brigadier General Antoine Hakizimana, aka Jeva, who was the FLN commander, army commander in the northern sector. On 29 January 2019, they had a conversation that clearly shows that financial support from MRCD that RUSESABAGINA had said in his interview that he didn't know how the money was being exchanged and used. What you see in that conversation is that even in addition to Munyemana Eric, the treasurer, the fighters in Congo jungle were in communication with him, and he knew what was going on. Your Honor, let's read a few sentences, let's give you some information from those charts. It starts with, well, there are different conversations on different days, but allow me to read a conversation from 29th January 2019. Let's read what Jeva told RUSESABAGINA and what the latter answered. On that day, Jeva, who was using number 243 82 22 59 065, wrote, Kabila and Kagame and my Mais and Nyatitura Domi pro Kigali army attacked us. FRDC gave them ammunition. We fought and we killed 12 and we lost 1 soldier and 4 were injured. This were a 3-day fight. When we ran out of ammunition, we left. They encircled their refugees, but we liberated them at night. We continued, and when we reached Buguri, there was an ambush There was fierce fighting all day long. We lost 2 soldiers and 1 was injured. We killed 10 FRDC soldiers, including 1 major and 2 captains. We liberated the soldiers, and when we reached Rusheveli, there was another ambush. They fired on us, and the people lost their belongings. 1 lady was shot in the head, but we're treating her. They followed us from Masisi and Katale, and we fought and killed 8 of them, but we didn't have any problem, no casualty. But because we killed some of them, the fighting is reducing. They sent another group of people to stop us, but it was not easy. It's not easy. We don't have any food. We left our crops, so we can't easily feed 1,000 people because we have to buy food. On that day, he also wrote to him, saying, "Yesterday I spoke with the Rudy army commander. He told me what you talked about. His superiors did not mention anything to him. When he talks with him and he gets back to me, I will let you know, but he has accepted the collaboration in the meantime." On the same day, 29th January 2019, Rusesabagina Paul, from his number 3248 50 32 401, he replied saying, "Good morning. Thank you for that detailed report, and please keep it up. And on our side, we are doing our best, and in not a long time, we will tell you how we're making progress." I spoke with Rudy, and Bonaventure told me he spoke with his superior, who did not want to be directly involved because of his location. He didn't get back to me, but we ended up meeting, and he promised me they would talk about that. But it's been 3 months. He didn't get back to me. Please get in touch with their leaders on your side. Let's see if anything can come out of it. Your Honor, this chart 127 has different conversations between General Jeva and Rusesabagina Paul. But what we want to, this is how we connected to the crime we're talking about. It's 2 conversations. After Jeva gave Rusesabagina a detailed report, like he acknowledged personally in his own words, telling him about the fighting, those who attacked them, giving him all the combat details, and the other one told him, "Thank you very much for that detailed report, and please keep it up. I'm with you, and we're doing our best, and I hope in a very short period of time we'll give you our progress." If you look at the detailed report, as it's called here, from General Jeva, he ended the report talking about the problem they have, food scarcity. Well, he said he was trying to move closer to home, and we believe he meant Rwanda. But he also added, it's not easy. He says it's a problem. We left our crops, and it's not easy to feed 1,000 people. We have to buy food. And Rusesabagina said, we're doing what we can. We're doing our best. We hope that in a short period of time, we will tell you how much progress we've made. This proves the determination that he had, and it corroborates what we told the court about he is aiding terrorism. General Jeva's fighters in the northern sector, that's where many of them came from when they launched terrorist attacks on Rwanda. So he's talking about the problem they have. And while aiding terrorism, there are many ways, including providing them with the equipment, feeding them, providing medical care, transport from one point to another. There are many ways that they can be assisted in. And here we want to go back to what we said earlier. In different interviews, Rusesabagina said, I didn't know what was going on the field when I never sent them to do anything, didn't know what the money was used for. That's false. It's not true. He not only spoke with the general treasurer to know the amount of money he got, and he didn't just wait for the report, even though he never accepted he got any report. But this chart shows that he was the person who was in touch with his men on the ground in the Congo and elsewhere. And when he says we're doing what we can over here, and I hope that we'll tell you about the progress we've made in a very short period of time, he was promising him to do his best to help him solve the problem of feeding his 1,000 people. Your Honor, this is another evidence that proves Rusesabagina's responsibility in aiding terrorism by his organization. Another point is, let's talk about another chart. Did Rusesabagina accept his phone number? Yes, Your Honor. We were going to talk about where he was interviewed about the phone. He accepted it was his phone number, and he gave more explanations on the name mentioned on that WhatsApp number. It wasn't his name, but he explained about that name, but he accepted it was his Belgian phone number. We will share with you that statement. In this 27 chart, which is in the dossier, and it was retrieved from his phone, it shows more conversations from WhatsApp called RUSESABAGINA MRCD. It's a WhatsApp group with 4 MRCD cadres, including Paul Rusesabagina, using that number plus 32485 032401. And as we've said earlier, this telephone number used in these WhatsApp groups and other charts, and instead of the person's real number, it was written pas besoin. In other words, no need. We will also show the court that Rusesabagina has admitted that it was his real number, and the pas besoin was not the name he wanted, but they should have put his photo when he registered on WhatsApp. When they requested for him to put a photo, he did not do so. Then there was just that no need. In other words, no need for a photo. He said that's what happened automatically. I don't know if it happens for anyone else. That's part of his statement. And this 27 chart with conversations on this RUSESABAGINA MRCD WhatsApp group shows that Paul Rusesabagina played a role in aiding terrorism. It's a chart with different conversations between Rusesabagina, and Munyemana Eric, the general treasurer, whom we've mentioned time and again, who played a key role in collecting and sending the money to terrorist activities through FLN. We will not read the whole conversation. There are many conversations on that chart, but we will read one chat where Munyemana Eric was telling them about the need, like we said yesterday. RUSESABAGINA said that when there was a request from Jeva, or rather from Wilson Irategeka, then he explained what would happen in the General Treasury. And in one of those chats, like we said, Munyemana Eric told the group members this: Hello, colleagues. Thank you. I thank you because every week the farmers need money. Today we need to send 500 urgently. And the day after tomorrow, which is Thursday, after yesterday, it was Thursday, the money we had was sent to buy food for the farmers. He said, we are the ones feeding them. We send the money to buy agricultural tools, to buy little stones, money to help them cross as they go to the farms, to buy medical cares, etc. But right now, our coffers are empty. You are carders, I will tell you the truth, just keep it amongst yourselves. We've sent about 150,000 euros. Those who kept helping me, whom I kept contacting, are getting tired. In the same chart, Munyemana Eric says, my proposal is this: let's find a treasurer and let's find more financial support and give it to him. When there's an urgent need, I will get in touch with you, and I will tell you. I will tell our cashier where to send the money. Your Honor, this is another evidence. Like we said, this WhatsApp group, they called Abadasigana MRCD. It was a group whose members were MRCD cadres, including RUSESABAGINA Paul, Munyemana Eric, and many more. And when you analyze his speech, it shows you their responsibility in aiding terrorism. He says, not a week goes by without the farmers asking for money. You know that jargon, that veiled talk. Farmers, little stones. We will explain to the court how RUSESABAGINA himself decoded that language. But that message he was sharing with them, when it proves that these are people who kept supporting those activities. He says, we are the ones feeding them, of course. And this brings us back to what we said in another chart, RUSESABAGINA talking with General Jeva, when they said, it's not easy to feed these 1,000 people. We left our crops. Today we are short of food. And RUSESABAGINA says, we're doing what we can, of course, and we'll shortly do something. And this matches exactly what Munyemana was saying. He says, we are the ones responsible to feed these people. When they need agricultural tools, little stones, we have to send the money. That's what we do. If the farmers need to cross to go to the field or the medical supplies, we do it. So he is detailing how they use the money in those terrorist activities. Your Honor, we had told the court that the money we talked about yesterday that came from investigation by Belgian police was not the only amount that was sent. That's what the investigation had come up with so far. But you can see that Munyemana Eric, who was coordinating those donations and sent that money, he personally says that this year, since January, that was before, he says we've sent about 100,000 euros, and we believe that if we add up all the sums we talked about yesterday, they could not amount to this number. It was not even a full year, but the document we read yesterday, Rusesabagina said, I don't exactly know the exact amount of money we had sent to support MRCD FLN. He said, I can't know the exact figure, but it's around 300,000 euros. And this is explained by what Munyemana said. Every activity that was done by FLN fighters was supported by these individuals. And he's telling them that there's nothing in their coffers. They urgently need money. He gave them a proposal about how to do it. So that jargon, that coded language, Rusesabagina himself explained what it meant. In his statement during the interview at the investigation on 5th September 2020 on question 26, he explained that coded language. Munyemana said when we need little stones or sending farmers to the field, Rusesabagina explained that fighters were called farmers, weapons were called hoes, bullets were called fruits, and battlefields were called the farm. So this individual is not a person who doesn't know anything about that support. This is not an individual who did not play a role in aiding those activities. This is an individual who's deeply involved, directly involved. He even understands that coded language that is not known by an ordinary person. We're saying this to prove to the court that he played a role in many ways. And he knew it, he knew what the money was going to do because he had all the details. He was not just a president and just wait for the report. We are proving to the court that he was also in touch with his men on the ground who gave him all the details.
As regards the question about the telephone number, whether it really belongs to Rusesabagina, we had said that we will present to the court the statement where he did admit. This is a statement that was used. That was a record of his questioning. Let me read the answer to that specific question, Your Honor. Excuse me, I'm looking for it. Yes, the question was number 2 in the list. He was asked, we see here the reference of the documents here that are numbered. WhatsApp chats were collected in several files. There are a number of them. Take your time and read them, and we will ask you. And then Rusesabagina said, no, this is too bulky. Please give me time to read them. And then the videos that you referred to on WhatsApp and other media, and then I can read and then answer you. On chart 27, there is a number 32, 8, and so on. This number, telephone number, shows that I was there. It's true. The 63 chart number 63. Then there is another one that has my number 57. Number 57. Also, I have that number of mine, so I admit it. So show me the various charts that you have recorded, and then I will tell you whether I was involved or not. So, Mr. President, Your Honor, what I want to show here is that he has himself admitted several times that it was telephone number, but he only wanted time to read the records, the chart records that had his number, and he would read and see what the contents are. But he did admit that precisely because they have his number, he admitted to them. This is one point then, Your Honor. Then, when we were showing evidence that he had sent money for terrorist activities at the various stages, including during his provisional imprisonment, the various other appearances in court, he always admitted that. He also admitted that the records from the money transfer companies were true. He admitted to them. And he did also accept that the reports showing his correspondence with the field combatants and so on, that he did admit that he was involved in this, that it was him involved in this. So this shows, I think this shows, Your Honor, that he was involved in terrorist activities and had admitted to being so. Your Honor, we now have we now turn to something that we discussed, we showed to the court yesterday. We said that for a person to be convicted of these crimes, there is also the moral element that has to be discussed. Article 3, paragraph 3, where we explain his contribution to his financial contributions. The last sentence, where after we explain the background, we see that the law provides that. I better read it. Involvement in terrorism activities can be direct or indirect through a company or a group, or it can also be contribution financially, collection, advice, or rather help that has contributed financially, directly or indirectly, to terrorist activities. And here, this paragraph says that the moral element here concerns the persons undertaking these activities. willingly, actively. And in fact, that has been the case. And I think we have made the case for this voluntary, knowing, and deliberate contribution. So, and the people he was working with did actually also contribute willingly, actively, knowing that this money was meant for terrorist activities. The prosecution also concludes that Mr. RUSESABAGINA, when he did all these activities that we have described, knew that they were aimed at terrorist activities. As we showed to the court, since these organizations had this sole objective of committing acts of terrorism on Rwanda territory. And indeed, it was not just a plan. The activities that were planned were actually executed. Your Honor, we therefore find that RUSESABAGINA, as an MRCD founder and president, did know of all these activities, did know that these activities were aimed at terrorist acts, and when these terrorist acts were happening, he was informed, and he was definitely aware that these were terrorist acts. We have also shown that he did it willingly, knowing that the organization he set up and supported was contributing to acts of terrorism, and in fact he was himself supporting through this organization those acts. Yesterday, Your Honor, the prosecution discussed the membership, the issue of a membership of an illegal and terrorist activity, terrorist organization. There is a video that we mentioned yesterday, which says that Mr. RUSESABAGINA claims that the attacks that had been carried out on Rwanda territory. He actually claimed these attacks. There is a video, Your Honor. Should we read the words, or would you like us to project that film? Well, says, well, if you have it, if it's available, you can. And yesterday you can also, but you can also read. But you know the problem yesterday, and I discussed it with my colleagues. What is the background of this video? What is the value as proof? Was who made it? How? Because you have a video on the internet. It's not really proof. It's not admissible proof. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. I think yesterday we showed the link to that. The link that we have in the files in the court document indicates, the link indicates by itself the genuine nature of this. By the way, Your Honor, please let us show the film and then we can commend the President. Yes, indeed, you're right. Show that video and then you can explain once we've seen it.
since the beginning of July 2018, the NLF launched a military struggle to liberate the Rwandan people. Until today, it is imperative that in 2019, we speed up the liberation struggle. Rwandan people can no longer stand the cruelty and all kinds of ill treatments directed to us by the RPF regime. The time has come for us to use any means possible to bring about change in Rwanda, as all political means have been tried and failed. It is time to attempt our last resort. Hence, I plead my unreserved support that our youth, the National Liberation Forces, NLF, launches against the Kagame army in order to free the Rwandan people. As Rwandans, it is important to understand that this is the only way to bring about change in the whole country. For this fact, I call upon all Rwandans, all political and civil society organizations to support these young women and young men who took a lead in this struggle and to mobilize.
Thank you, Your Honor. As we were saying, I think, or perhaps we should explain, first of all, what we want, the reason why we wanted to show this video. Who took this video? The court asked. And we said that this is a video that is in the public domain. So on YouTube, anybody can have access to it. And in our accusation, we
n'igihe twayirebeyeho
and in our indictment itself, we refer to it. It does not show who took it, who filmed it. Second, what value can a YouTube video have as proof? And we answer that this is just one of the pieces of evidence that we have shown the court, and if we follow the rules of evidence, that there is nothing that precludes the use of a video as evidence when nothing else disproves or and in fact, there is no law that says that such a type of evidence cannot be given. It is Article 19, Your Honor, Article 19 on evidence. It says that all pieces can be presented as evidence so long as the defense is given a full right to challenge the validity of those pieces of evidence. Therefore, Your Honor, nothing precludes the presentation of this video as evidence of facts. It will be up to the court. Why don't you read 127 as well of that law on evidence, if you have it nearby.
bavuga ngo umugore yatanze ikimenyetso gishingiye ku
say that evidence of video or an audio nature should be checked by an expert to see whether the voice is the voice of that person. Therefore, Your Honor, as we said, we have described the source of the origin of this video. We were not there when it was taken. We got it from YouTube. We don't know who recorded it or where or by whom. And we don't even have a witness that can attest that that video was actually recorded. But coming back to Article 19, Your Honor, and also the one that you suggested we read, I think those two are complementary. Those articles are complementary. I think so long as the defense is given a full right to defend against this accusation, then any evidence, such evidence can be approved. Now, as for an expert on voice, when it is necessary, we shall provide the expertise. If it turns out that it is necessary to prove that this was indeed RUSESABAGINA and his direct voice, we shall do that. You may proceed. You were talking about the fact that he did all this voluntarily. Yes, Your Honor, was saying that, telling the court that the law provides that anybody who supports or cooperates with terrorism to be convicted must be demonstrated to have known that the support or contribution that he's giving was aimed at aiding terrorist acts. So this video here is clear. RUSESABAGINA himself personally explained what he was about, what his intentions were, and even at all times that he was questioned, at every stage of the process, he never denied that that was himself saying those words, either before or after the various terrorist attacks, 2018, when they began. He always admitted the fact. He never says that he was not aware. He specifically said himself that from the beginning of July 2018, FLN began a struggle, he called it, a struggle to liberate Rwandans, as he said. And he always used those words until he actually made that video. And he said that in 2019, we should accelerate the struggle or intensify the struggle, because Rwandans can no longer bear all the evil things that are done against them. Then he says, Your Honor, there are two important items here. The first is, well, let us first say that he was aware, fully aware, when these terrorist acts began in July 2018. He says so in this video. He said that from that time FLN began a liberation struggle which is in fact terrorist activities. This was the killing of innocent civilians who have never been at odds or at war or anything with anybody. They destroyed property. They destroyed many things among these innocent civilian populations. So, okay, he may call it liberation struggle, again, freeing people from the yoke, and so on. The fact on the ground is that these were terrorist activities. And he knew they were terrorist activities. And he says that in 2019, it will be necessary to intensify the struggle and to accelerate the liberation of the people. And this is actually what happened. There were other acts, terrorist acts in Nyamagabe, Rusizi, and elsewhere that actually happened after he announced the need to accelerate and intensify. So Your Honor, RUSESABAGINA himself describes what he intended to do and describes that he was supporting and admits that he was supporting activities that he knew were terrorist activities. I will not go into more details, Your Honor, because we just had this video. And but let's say he says, I pledge, hence I pledge my unreserved support.
Kagame Army, in order to free the Rwandan people, he pleads his unreserved support.
So that's what it means. When he said, I pledge my unreserved support, well, it's very clear that he himself personally was involved in terrorist activities, knowing exactly what they were and knowing what they will lead to. Second, he does not stop at giving his full and unreserved support. He calls on all people to do like him, support these terrorist activities. This is not somebody who just gave money and collected money from friends to buy telephones, secure satellite telephones, not knowing what these things were going to be used for. It's not true. It cannot be. He knew very well that these were going to serve for terrorist activities like the ones that attacked those civilians. He knew that in Nyabimata, when there was a terrorist attack, property was destroyed, people were abducted, others were wounded. And after that, he still says that he will give his all to continue similar activities, and he calls everybody and other people to come and support that same type of activity. Your Honor, what we're saying here is that this video document shows clearly that RUSESABAGINA, as the leader of this movement, knew exactly what this movement was doing, knew exactly what that would lead to. We showed that when General Jeva, who was his leader on the ground in the field, and the general will give him a report, and then he will come and say, well, we're having trouble with resources, we're running out of resources, and he will get money. And then he say, oh, we have to buy equipment, military supplies, and other care for our people on the field or on the battlefield. In fact, the battleground, that they said. And he will still give more money, collect more money from his friends or from his associates, knowing exactly what was happening because he was receiving reports. And then also, it is clear, as the law provides for, that we must prove that he was he knew and willingly contributed to such terrorist acts that the law demands that we prove. I think it is clear now, Your Honor. We spoke about his telephone being searched and various WhatsApp chats that were numbered. Number 36. Number 36. This chart is between RUSESABAGINA and Twagiramungu Foster, and it's between September 2018 and October the same year, 2019. And here the discussion, we have already explained the parties. These were several parties that were chatting. So as we have shown, there were the various parties that we discussed, but there was also a Faustin Twagiramungu's party that also joined in, and the various leaders were discussing about their work. And in one chat with Foster, which is on the 30th December of the previous year, 30th December 2018. We come back to this old chat because it's a background to all this. So at this time in 2018, RUSESABAGINA writes to Twagiramungu and said, "Good morning. My guys are suffering, and myself I'm in trouble. Why don't we? So I'm asking you to move our discussion to another time next week. I'm in hot water," he said. Then in another chat, RUSESABAGINA wrote to Twagiramungu and he said, "Well, I'm not available now. I'm running around trying to solve these issues, plus resources resources to give them the means to defend themselves." The guys, as he called them, or the boys. So I'm not available, he said. This shows what, Your Honor? It shows that RUSESABAGINA, as we said earlier, knew exactly what was being done. And he said, "My guys are in hot water." And we mentioned this yesterday. He said that his guys were in trouble. His boys, abahungu and my guys are in trouble. They are in hot water. They are under pressure. So there is a time that he used to pretend that he was not involved in field work, in the actual, the combatants and day-to-day activities in the field, on the ground. The ones he called my boys, my guys, and then he said, "I'm trying to find a solution to their problems, including the means, helping them find the means to defend themselves." He knew, because they had no other job. Their only job was terrorism, as we showed the court. And he was always struggling to find resources. Sometimes he would run out of money, and then he would worry when they are not properly supplied. There is also, sir, another report that we read when we were answering the question as to MRCD and FLN, which was terrorist, which was just illegal.
This document was retrieved from RUSESABAGINA's laptop on 21st October 2019 during a search in Belgium. There was one page we showed the court with the title that goes like this: MRCD Plan of Action, July 1st, 2019 to June 2020. We show the court that there are two clusters. We have the political side, the finance, mobilization, etc. But we also told the court that in all those components, there was a military component, Your Honor. If you look at this document, you see Rusesabagina's determination and willingness to commit the crime to aid terrorism, because he very well knew what his support and that he gave and that he collected was meant to do, and actually did. Like we said about this document, in the fifth section says about military plan. 1. Intensification of FLN operations inside the country to extend our scope of work and gain and attract donors' sympathy as soon as we can. And on the military area, they had a period that they had set to increase FLN activities inside the country, to extend the zone, and also to attract, to build more trust, and to be more appealing to the donors. And that was to be done in a very short period of time. Your Honor, as we've said, this FLN army, since its inception, we've shown you what they did. It's only terrorist attacks on Rwandan soil in different parts of the country and at different times. And what you can see in this document, what they put forth, the main priority from 1st July 2019 to 30th June 2020, that's over 1 year, their priority was to keep intensifying their FLN terrorist activities on Rwandan soil, especially that they wanted to be more appealing to their donors, and that was to be done in a very short period of time. Your Honor, if we say that Rusesabagina aided terrorism and also knew what his support was going to be used for, that is, terrorist activities, this is another piece of evidence. When this document was produced, he was still MRCD president, and the main priorities over that year was to intensify the FLN operations. Like we explained yesterday, this was not military attacks on the other military. It was about terrorist attacks on civilians. And this is another piece of evidence that clearly shows that Rusesabagina committed these crimes, that he perfectly well knew that his support was meant to aid terrorism, because he knew what the FLN was doing, because he was following closely their activities. So he played a major role in this, as we explained yesterday. And the prosecution proves that Rusesabagina knew what his support and the support he collected was meant to do. We prove that using a communique. You know, there were many communiques, press releases, some signed by Rusesabagina Paul in his in his capacity as a president of FLN, others signed by Sankara, second vice president FLN, and MRCD rather. In this press release in April 2019, signed by Rusesabagina Paul, number 2019/04/30. In this release, we see that Rusesabagina very well knew what his support to MRCD FLN was meant to do. Your Honor, in this press release, he says that the FLN carries on its fight, that the war goes on, and he says that after Calixte Nsabimana's arrest, he says the FLN will not relent, and that FLN fighters will double down. Your Honor, when they released this communique on 30 April 2019, which was after many attacks, as we said in our indictment, there were many attacks that had been launched and killed many people, that had destroyed people's property, attacks that had resulted into many damages. Then Rusesabagina, who had never disavowed those fighters, he's still encouraging them, still cheering them on, says even though your spokesperson has been arrested, you need to fight on, you need to fight harder. Your Honor, those words resulted into encouraging the FLN to launch more attacks at other locations in Nyaruguru. From Nyaruguru, they went to other districts, like we said, to commit more crimes. Now, this does not show Rusesabagina Paul as just a financier who didn't know what the money was meant to do or actually did. It means that he goes beyond the president's activities. He is involved in following closely what's going on the field with activities that are taking the lives of ordinary citizens. And after that press release, there are many like those signed by him at different times, or signed by Nsabimana Calixte before he was arrested. But those documents show that Rusesabagina is an individual who knew everything that the FLN was doing. He had every last detail. When he was interviewed by investigation on 4th September 2020, his statement that we mentioned yesterday, he talked about the activities by FLN. He said about operations by the FLN army, we had the FLN with its commander by Hamada to do it. So since its inception, when we created that FLN in 2017 until 2019, whenever they carried out their activities, they would send us their report, avoiding that there's any leak of information. Your Honor, this is another piece of evidence that proves that aiding terrorism through MRCD-FLN is something Rusesabagina did, and he knew very well what it was about. He says the military operations by FLN, the presidency had instructed Habimana Hamada, the chief of staff, FLN, to carry out those operations, but he admits that they would receive the report about those operations, taking care to avoid any leak of information. So, Your Honor, the reports were about the attacks where they killed ordinary people, civilians, they burned down cars and other property. So that did not stop. He kept aiding those terrorist acts until he was arrested and was brought before justice. And this proves that if in 2018, in July, like he said, they attacked, they killed people, they burnt down property, and then they got the report. Like he said, they conducted operations and sent us reports, we at the presidency. And after this, he made such a statement that we've seen in the video and he said that he was still urging them on and encouraging them to carry on and seeking more support, collecting more support. And he did so all until 2020 when he was arrested. Your Honor, this shows that all those activities, him aiding terrorism, is something he did willingly. He knew what it was about, what his support was going to do, that it was meant to support terrorist activities, and he never stopped doing so. Like we've shown through the video, through the press releases, and other pieces of evidence, because he says he said he would keep working hard to support his organization so they could increase their activities. They started out in one district and then extended to other districts. Your Honor, we have been showing the court that this is not just activities to aid terrorism on behalf of RUSESABAGINA, but there was the will, as requested by the law, for this to be a crime. He knew exactly what he was doing. He knew he was aiding terrorist activities against civilians on Rwandan soil. We've also showed the court that this was not just activities. It started even before, during their plans. That was part of the agenda, even before they started carrying out these attacks. So we've explained what is done, because he did it willingly. He knew his support was aiding terrorism. We've laid out the evidence that shows that RUSESABAGINA Paul committed the crime of aiding terrorism. Your Honor, this is what we wanted to explain in terms of evidence about this crime. If there are other questions, if there is, we can answer. If there are, otherwise we can move on. 2 questions for clarification. Please recap so we can clearly understand this. The kind of support that RUSESABAGINA personally gave this organization, what is that support? Briefly, what is the support he channeled through PDR Humure, right? And what he channeled through MRCD? Please clarify that briefly so we can understand it. Did he give personal support through PDR or through MRCD? You know your dossier. Please clarify very briefly. Thank you, Your Honor. All his support through MRCD, all his support through PDR or personally, please clarify. We understand the question very well. Like we said yesterday, we clarified his support in 3 ways. And the first way, his personal assistance. We will not read his statement, but in his own words, he said, the money that I gave personally, I gave $20,000. He said that personally. Those are his own words. We told the court that there was another sum, 1,000 euros he sent to Nsabimana Calixte, aka Sankara, through his wife. We've also clarified that, and both men have clarified it too. And we find that that money was part of his activities of aiding terrorism. He also gave the money to buy telephones, black phones. We said that yesterday, and we explained to the court that one of those telephones was sent to Nsabimana Calixte. Others were supposed to go to other MRCD leaders. And we showed the court that even though he did not send the phones, but the phones that was sent to Nsabimana, even though he's not the one who physically bought the phones, they were bought in the UK by a certain Olivier, but Rusesabagina gave the money to buy the phones. This was confirmed by Sankara, and it's confirmed by the phone receipts for those purchases that were found in Rusesabagina's home. And about the support he channeled through PDR. Now, so personally he gave $20,000 and 1,000 euros and the telephones. So far, the evidence we have lead us to that, as we told the court. Like we said, investigation is still going on in Belgium. If and when we find more evidence, we'll share it with the court. Now, about the support he channeled through PDR as his political party. He was president of PDR since its creation and until he was arrested. And what we have is came from his own statements and statements by others, including Sankara, who explained how those parties within MRCD operated. He says that now, if we go back to him personally, he had another way to give support, though we cannot say the amount of the money that he gave. But he personally said that the three presidents of MRCD would, on a regular basis, contribute money through the treasurer, and then the money would get to the general treasurer. So that's another form of assistance he gave, even though we don't know the amounts. And him, within his PDR, he said that in addition to support by presidents, there was party contributions on a regular basis. And that was done on a party level. RRN would contribute, PDR would contribute, and CNR the same. That's another way of contributing. So he played a role in it. He was the PDR president, and he knew very well what that support was meant to do. And at this level, we are unable to tell the court the amounts that was contributed by each party. But what we know is that they did that on a regular basis. And this was also clear when we reiterated what he explained himself when he said whenever there was a request from Irategeka in the Congo, the political parties would contribute, and then the support would go through Munyemana. This is not just RRM and CNRD, PDR was doing the same. The third, now, So they say they contributed on a regular basis. Do you mean monthly, quarterly, annually? Or do they give the frequency? No, they don't. They say on a regular basis. We don't know if it's monthly, bi-monthly. We don't know that. And also at MRCD level, the parties within MRCD would contribute, but MRCD itself would contribute, and there you see his role. One example is our Dasigana MRCD WhatsApp group, where you had MRCD cadres as members, including RUSESABAGINA Paul. And this WhatsApp group was also was doing something important in aiding terrorism. Because in one chat that we mentioned, when Munyemana said, you know that when they need food, we need to feed them. When they need medical care, it's our responsibility. And when they need ammunitions, because Rusesabagina has clarified the coded language, and they say when they need to cross to the battlefield, we have to give them the money. You know, I tell you the truth, you are the cadres, just don't leak the information. But, you know, this is what we do. It's our responsibility. He said in that chart from September, he said from January we've contributed about 150,000 euros, but today there's nothing in our coffers. We need money urgently. And that was being done at MRCD level, and Rusesabagina was part of it, was a leader. And in his statements, he admitted that he organized some fundraising events to collect support for MRCD in their terrorist activities. All this points to his responsibility in aiding terrorism, either personally or through PDR or through MRCD, where he was a leader, president. Thank you. Another question. It said that you accused Rusesabagina of having created MRCD FLN and being a member of the same organization. Is that correct? Now the court wants to understand this. If somebody accuses him of creating MRCD FLN, how would you accuse him of supporting the activities by the party he created and he's a member of? Is the question clear? He's among the founders, he's a member of it, and then you accuse him of supporting the activities by the party he helped create and he's a member of. Is that his role he played in that organization? Is on a legal basis, or is it just being a member of it? Was that money the assistance or role in that party? Is he accused of being a member of the party he helped create because the party had the agenda, terrorist agenda, and then you accuse him of supporting the activities of the same organization? We want to understand what the prosecution says about that. Thank you, Your Honor. We've explained that Rusesabagina Paul is one of the founders of MRCD FLN when his PDR Humure political party merged with Senator Deogeyunje of Irategeka Wilson, and then with RRM of Sankara, and later on more political parties joined. And legally, that constitutes a crime apart, as we explained yesterday. And now, helping the same organization, as we've been explaining, is a separate crime. playing a role in the activities, terrorist activities. You mean in the activities of a terrorist organization, right? Your Honor, we cannot consider this as the activities of a terrorist organization. Rather, the activities in which he was involved are acts that the law defines as aiding terrorism. Being a member of that terrorist organization is one thing, because it's not everyone in MRCD-FLN who played a role or aided terrorist activities. They may have had a role in terrorist activities, but not necessarily have had a role in aiding that terrorism. Another point is this: if you look at the law about how it explains this crime, let's go back to that part. Here is what we want to say about the law. Article 24 of Law 69/2018 of 31st August 2018, preventing and publishing money laundering and aiding terrorism. It says that anybody aiding terrorism commits a crime. When found guilty, they serve 7 to 10 years in jail and a fine. Your Honor, this law means anybody who aids terrorism. It's not necessarily a person who is outside of the terrorist organization. The person could be outside of the organization or a member of the organization. But person goes beyond being a member, and they get involved in aiding terrorist activities conducted by the organization. Aiding terrorism does not require, well, let's put it this way, it doesn't mean that there's a terrorist organization. A person may aid terrorist activities by another individual, not an organization. That we explained that some individuals may carry out terrorist activities without them belonging to an organization. Those we refer to them as lone wolves. We find that those theories, if I may, show that being a member of an organization is different from aiding terrorism. And it means that one person can be prosecuted for those two crimes. Because if you're a member of a terrorist organization, it doesn't mean they necessarily automatically aid terrorist activities being conducted by the organization. And the one aiding terrorism may be a member and aid and provide assistance to that organization, or they can do so from outside the terrorist organization. Your Honor, when you analyze what was said by different scholars about aiding terrorism, we said that recently we mentioned one of the UN Security Council resolution about preventing or fighting terrorism in an efficient way, that countries need to have mechanisms to fight those who aid terrorism. And this matches what some scholars say when they show that aiding terrorism is very difficult, if I may, more difficult than fighting those activities, because if there's no assistance, then there's no activity. One of those charts showed that Munyemana Eric said that those leaders were the ones who feed the fighters, who give them ammunitions, who give them money to cross into Rwanda, which means if those financiers were not there, there wouldn't have been any terrorist attacks. And now, let's read one of the documents that reiterated that. It's a UN ODC document. It's the United Nations Agency on Fighting Crimes and Drugs. It's a document that is called
It's found on the ODC website.
ahangaha nabo bagarutse kuri iki kintu kijyanye n'iterabwoba no gutera inkunga.
And this is what they say about terrorism.
To recruit and support members, maintain logistics hubs, and conduct operations. Thus, preventing terrorists from accessing financial resources is crucial to successfully counter the threat of terrorism. Ahandi naho
There is another passage by the Financial Task Force under the same program on their website. By the way, Your Honor, we don't have this in the fiber of the wheel. So here, this reads, this explains about terrorist financing. They explain that funding, well, this is the text.
Other assets for weapons, but also training, travel, and accommodation to plan and execute the attacks and develop as an organization. Disrupting and preventing these terrorism-related financial flows and transactions is one of the most effective ways to fight terrorism. Not only can it prevent future attacks by disrupting the material support, the footprints of the purchases, withdrawals, and other financial transactions can provide valuable information for ongoing investigations. Mr. President, wenda twahagarira ahangaha ariko
I think this quote is sufficient, Your Honor.
agence za UN nuko bagaragaza uruhare rwo gutera inkunga.
This is what we wanted to show, that actually financing terrorism is participating in terrorism. So that there won't be terrorism if there is no financial and other support. They need weapons, they need transport, they need communication and various other tools, and they wouldn't be available without financial support. So that, as we said, Your Honor, earlier, we've been saying that supporting financially terrorist activities is even more important than the fighters on the ground. And this is what we were saying. The two quotes that we have, or rather, the two laws, supporting terrorism and financing terrorism. There is no contradiction in between the two. We can join them together, financing and participating or being a member of a terrorist organization. Now, of course, what is different is there is a difference between, of course, financial contribution and actual participation in the terrorist activity. We think a distinction needs to be, there is a distinction, so he should now be tried on these as 2 counts. But Your Honor, I think my colleague has something to add. Yes, let him go ahead. Thank you, Your Honor. My colleague has explained everything. It's very clear. These are 2 counts, 2 separate counts. And I should add that by way of qualification, there can be, at times may come that 2 infractions overlap, but or are joined, but if the law does not preclude their conjoinment, the person can be tried on these 2 counts. Although they may be related. There is an article, in fact, we have an article on our books that says that a person who has committed several crimes and has not been tried for any of those crimes, he may be tried jointly or at the same time for those several crimes at the same time. And it says here also that when there has been collusion and one act of collusion or one activity in fact covers several crimes, these several crimes will constitute several counts, even though they may be in the same general area of criminality. So this is what we want to propose. He should be tried on these 2 counts, but of course when it comes to punishment, that will be up to the court to decide. Thank you very much, says the President, because we should be distinct. Logistically and financially supporting terrorist activity does not equate, in our law, does not equate to doing act of terrorism. But we have understood your point. We shall register it as you have explained, and I think the other side has also understood your point. If you have nothing to add, we may proceed. Thank you, Your Honor. We have nothing to add to this point.
ngira ngo tugeze ku gikorwa cy'ubwicanyi nk'igikorwa cy'iterabwoba icyo cyatugezeho.
Murakoze Monsieur le Président, banyakubahwa abacamanza, nk'uko mubivuze.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have spent several days now showing the prosecution showing that RUSESABAGINA has been indicted on 3 counts, but there is another count that we have not, what we should like to add, which is the actual killings or murder as a 4th count of the terrorism act that RUSESABAGINA is accused of, and he carried this out he's responsible rather for this because they were carried out by the organizations that he supports, but there are also individuals that are here, Your Honor, that are actually being tried or have been indicted on the account of murders or massacres. We basing ourselves on Article 46 of 2018 on terrorism. It's paragraph A. Paragraph A of this article says that terrorism is any act that is planned and intended that threatens the life, security, and peace of a citizen. It can be carried out by one person or several, targeting a person or several, but can also target property, government property, in private property, the environment, cultural heritage, or rather cultural artifacts, but with the intention of terrorizing the people, frightening people, terrorizing people, or forced labor, or to target the activities of the population, maybe preventing them from doing their work, going about their business, or forcing them in other way to do what is against their well-being. Then the subparagraph I concerns disturbing the delivery of public services, or stopping people from going about their business, or just causing them to worry and live in fear. So, as we can see, apart from the one I read at first, the one I read first, which is A, there is also D, which specifies any activity that promotes, aids, or abets, or in any way help, or incite, or teach, or train, or promote, or encourage, or plot, or prepare for a terrorist activity by anybody. Any of the above activities that are described under subparagraph A are acts described as acts of terrorism by this law. Then, Your Honor, these are common law, ordinary crimes, let's say. They are normally ordinary, just part of the ordinary criminality, ordinary crimes, but in this case they are done with the objective of terrorizing the people. And I think the law that I have just referred to and its subparagraph shows clearly that there was participation in genocide, in terrorism. There is a subparagraph that says that if such activities are carried out by a leader, the punishment is imprisonment of no less than 20 years, no more than 25 years, except where death has occurred, in which case imprisonment is for life. So, RUSESABAGINA, Paul RUSESABAGINA, is accused of these crimes, and we will have opportunity to show the variety of crimes that were used to terrorize the people. These are ordinary crimes that are just common law crimes, common crimes, but they were used in this particular context as a means of terrorizing the people. And we have also, I think, shown that the various accused persons here, when we come to their individual cases, we shall provide more explanation, show more clearly what was their contribution. And as we also have been able to demonstrate to the court, this organization was a terrorist organization which was involved in killings. Normally, manslaughter comes is a matter of penal code, and it says that if somebody who kills another person intentionally is guilty of murder. Now, RUSESABAGINA and his co-accused committed such a crime in Nyaruguru, in the southern province, in the district of Nyabimata, and in the southern province, Nyamagabe as well. So Nyaruguru, in Nyabimata, and then Nyamagabe in Kitabi. There were many other attacks, but in these two places, there were also other similar activities in Rusizi. But these two cases in Nyaruguru and Nyamagabe show that murders were committed. 9 people were murdered on purpose during those attacks. They were specifically targeted and murdered. As my colleague explained earlier, RUSESABAGINA's organization, FLN, that he has created or co-created, has funded, has raised fund for. These are the 2 organizations that were responsible for these murders. Your Honor, I think normally RUSESABAGINA himself is the first to confirm or admit what he is being accused of. So in 2020, earlier in 2020, when he was being questioned, he had occasion to admit that he's a founder of these organizations, and he is in fact the one who defined their mission. We shall come back to this, Your Honor, when it comes to asking or to showing how he was head of this collegial presidency of 3 people, or 3 presidents and vice presidents. This has been explained even when we were at the stage of contextualizing. We discussed this, but we have opportunity to come back to this. So I was saying that 9 people were murdered, deliberately targeted for murder and murdered. We can give their names so that this is recorded. They were shot, killed by by Gun. So Umutesi Diane, a young woman who was engaged to be married. Atete Sine Ornella. That was the second. This was the youngest. She was 13, and she was shot to death. Mukabazi Hilary, then Nteziryayo Samuel, Niyobuhungiro Janine, Niyonshuti Isaac, Habarurema Joseph, Maniriho Anatole, and number 9, Munyaneza Fidel. And we will show that although he was killed in these attacks, this attack in Nyabimata, and he was able to give testimony because he didn't die on the spot. He was able to give testimony, but later on he died of his wounds, but he was able to testify. So what we're saying then, Your Honor, is that MRCD FLN was led by RUSESABAGINA. He's the one who defined their mission. He's also the one who defined their activities, who ordered their activities. In fact, he also raised money for these activities to be carried out. These murders, therefore, the 9 people murdered, and the doctors confirmed that these people died of gunshot wounds. The coroner's report confirmed that it was death by gunshot wounds, and indeed there were also proof or testimony from eyewitnesses who explained what happened in those 2 places that we cited in Nyamagabe and also Nyaruguru. And Fidel Munyaneza, the one I mentioned, who was shot but didn't die immediately, but died later of his wounds, as the coroner's inquest report has proved. But he didn't die immediately. He died only later, which is why in the dossier you'll find that he gives testimony as an eyewitness, as somebody who was there when it all happened. So Munyaneza Fidel says on 21st June 2018, he said that the attack happened on 19th June 2018 in Nyabimata, Nyaruguru district. And the attack happened around midnight. And he was called by a neighbor called Habimana, who called him and said there are cars burning, and cars and also houses in our neighborhood, and we the men of the neighborhood are trying to to help survivors, to see what we can help. So while they were talking together, Habimana also went out of the house to join the others. And meanwhile, the Nyabimata executive officer called him, So he went to the side so that he can hear the executive officer well, properly. He just stepped, away from the group, and he fell by a group of people dressed as military officers, and they took his telephone away, and then they said, go away. But as he was going, he was shot in the leg and again in the left shoulder. And he fell down. So that's how he explained what happened, or how it happened. So when he was shot and he fell down, these people who were in army uniform came and kicked him with their feet to see whether he was really dead. And he was kicked around all over the body just to make sure that he's completely dead. And they concluded that he was dead. That's what they intended. But as I said, he was taken to hospital, but died of those wounds. So this is an eyewitness who was directly involved in these acts of terrorism, or these crimes. So the late Munyaneza gave his testimony, but he was not the only one. There were others. Others, when they were questioned by the prosecution, the investigators. So Habimana Jean-Marie Vianney also gave his testimony on the 20th in June, still in June, and he came back to this attack. I said he was going home around 11:30 p.m. on a motorbike, and he heard gunshots. And he explained that he came to a turn into the road, which is close to the Nyabimata executive officer, and there he saw a motorbike burning already. So, and when he looked around, he saw soldiers, at least people dressed in army uniform. This is what he said in his statement. Dressed in army uniform. So he didn't stop. He refused to stop. He just continued. And a few steps further, they start shooting. There were two people, two more military dressed men shot at him, but they missed him. They shot him around his head. They missed him, so but he continued. And then he saw other people coming. I thought there were people coming to help. And in fact, he was mistaken. There were fighters of MRCD FLN who had come to kill and terrorize. So he was, he just sort of, came suddenly in their midst. They beat him up. They took him to the car of the executive officer, of the local executive officer. He was there, and there was also Fidel that we described, who had been shot and left for dead. So this Habimana, when he arrived at that spot, Munyaneza was already there, and he had been shot in two places. These are two people who prove or give testimony at any rate or testified that this happened. Havujimana explains that Munyaneza had two gunshot wounds and fell. And he explains where they met. And both of them explain that they independently found the executive's car being burnt or burning. So this is then what happens. And Habyarimana explains other activities that took place. He says, for example, there was an older man who also came to see what was happening, and the fighters slapped him and told him to go back to his home. And then Habyarimana also met one man, Anatole, who was an educator. And when he met them, he shouted. When he shouted, they shot him, and he died on the spot. So this Anatole Maniraho is also another one who was brutally murdered. And these two people who were still, who had been wounded but were still conscious and were able to testify to that, can confirm this is what happened. So, Your Honor, we have just mentioned two testimonies, but the files have many more testimonies, because these are eyewitnesses who actually were themselves involved as victims of these fighters of MRCD-FLN. Another testimony is from Habimana Venust. Habimana Venust has also given his testimony, and he also is testifying about this June Nyabimata attack in the Gwerere village. He says that they came to one Munyarugendo's bar, and they found Habarurema Joseph in the bar. And these fighters, the first thing they did was to ask Habarurema Joseph to show them where the local leader is, the local village leader. This shows, Your Honor, that when they were doing these killings, they first targeted the local administrative leader, the representative of the government. So when they asked him to take them to the house of the local leader, he said, I don't know where the leader lives. And then, of course, they decided to kill him with the guns that they had. So they shot him dead on the spot. These are, Your Honor, Honorable Justices, these are eyewitness accounts. But what I want to prove or to point to is that these fighters had been given these tasks by their leader, their president, RUSESABAGINA, and they were told specifically whom to target at first whenever they get to the scene. with your permission, Your Honor, Abu Jeremy's testimony shows that whatever they did, they would always come back and ask him, have you seen? Did you see? Learn. Then learn from this. And this is what how he put it in his testimony. I will read in his words. Then they led me, continued to lead me to the executive's car where we found Munyaneza Fidel. He was the local council chairman. He's the only one that I was able to identify. One of those who had kidnapped me or had seized me shot him twice, and he fell down, and then they kicked him around many times, and he said, oh, this is this stupid councillor. So we moved on a little, and we met an old man called Savio. They slapped him and they said, go back to bed, old man. And they told me, they would tell me, if you go on making trouble, we will do what we did to Fidel. Then we came across Amanira Hanatol, who shouted, he said, oh, they are coming, and they shot him dead, and they kept telling me, do you see? They take that as an example, learn from this. So we went on, and then there was a lady who called Teodeta, who was the leader of the local cooperative. They seized her telephone, and they wanted to lead her away along with me, and she pleaded that she had left a baby at home, so they left her. They said they let her go. So they were selective. But first of all, those who were the leaders, the local leaders of that locality. So one was a councillor, a local council. I was killed because he refused to show the house of one of the leaders, the executive officer. It is clear that it was planned that way. These people had been told what to do in order better to terrorize the people by targeting certain people and terrorizing the people by words and by action. So he explained, the witness explained that whenever they maltreated or killed or massacred, they would turn to me and say, are you watching? Do you see? So he concluded that they wanted to terrorize him into doing what they wanted, but also into internalizing the effect, this effect of what they wanted him to be a witness to. So I think there were two people who were murdered there, Abarurema Joseph and then Maniriho Anatol. And then we can add that during this attack in Nyarmata, as reported by the leadership of this area, which is also, that report is also among the pieces of witness. So there were 182 people in the attack. They killed 2 people in that locality. What we want to show here is that the leader or the head of MRCDS Felen had ordered these activities, and these activities, all of them, there are several, were in fact terrorist activities. They were intended to terrorize the people. first in Nyabimata, and it was not the only place, just the one we just described. Nyamagabe was another locality in Nyamagabe where MRCD FLN fighters attacked, and again the objective was to kill people, just to take their lives away. In Nyamagabe now,
as we've explained before, in Nyamagabe people were killed. And among those killed, and we've given the names already, some who were present got away. They were so lucky they got away, so they gave their testimony. We will mention 3 testimonies. We'll start with the testimony by Ngirababyeyi Desire. This Ngirababyeyi Desire was interviewed by the investigation team. He was one who was driving a bus, a Costa bus, carrying a number of civilians. The bus had a plate number RAC 341U. RAC 341U from Alpha Transport Agency. He arrived in Nyungwe Forest in Nyamagabe district. He found an Omega Transport Company bus that was under fire, under attack, under gunfire. In his statement, he explains how he arrived on that scene driving another coastal bus and was stopped by a tree that was barring the road, blocking the road. So he could see what was happening to the other coaster from a different transport company. And at that moment, he heard one of the fighters. He was about 100 meters away. He heard one of the fighters shoot him too. And when he heard that, when the fighters giving orders to shoot him, a grenade was launched to him, and it threw his bus up in the air. He left the street, and it fell in the forest. And immediately when the grenade was launched, they shot at him too, as he has explained. And some of the bullets hit one of the passengers who was on the bus, the Alpha Company bus. There was a young woman who was sitting in the front. So the bullets hit her in the head, and she died on the spot. That victim who died on the spot is the one who've mentioned, Mutesi Jacqueline Diane, and who was about to get married. In this testimony by Ngirababyeyi Desire, this is one of the individuals who was affected by these terrorist attacks and who witnessed it. Because, Your Honor, launching a grenade on a vehicle or shooting at the occupants, the only purpose is to kill those on board, to kill those you're shooting. And if you read another testimony by Gimba Vianney, who was on the scene at that time during the Nyamagabe attack, he explains what happened when he was interviewed by the investigators. He explained clearly that they were coming from Rusizi, entered Nyungwe forest, and once they got at Kitabi, they saw people in army attire, others in police attire, and others in civilian clothes. And they had put a big tree across the road, and there were cars that had been stopped. He too says that their car tried not to stop, which led those people to start shooting at them. He also explains that when their car was under fire, some of the passengers died, others were injured, others managed to get out through the windows. But this Vianney explains that he also was injured. He got a bullet in the thigh. His testimony says that some of the occupants died following those bullets. Another witness who confirms what happened during that killing, that terrorist act, is called Uwimana Scapin. Uwimana Scapin was aboard that vehicle when he was shot, and he explained what happened during an interview by the investigators. We're talking about the third witness who explained what happened during the Nyamagabe attack. The witness called Uwimana Scapin, who was interviewed by an investigator, and who explained that those MRCD-FLN fighters he said this MRCD-FLN indeed shot those vehicles, and that some people were killed immediately and others were injured. Your Honor, honorable judges, as we've explained, the victims of these attacks are many, and many were interviewed in this dossier. But these ones we've mentioned here, and their testimonies, they're the ones who saw it happening. These are eyewitnesses. They saw those killings, those murders by MRCD-FLN fighters, both in Nyabimata sector and in Nyungwe, in Nyamagabe district. The court may ask, well, why do these people say that some fighters threw grenades and opened fire on them, some were killed and others were injured, but what proves that it was FLN? Your Honor, another piece of evidence that proves that this is a terrorist act by MRCD FLN is that immediately after these attacks in those locations, the spokesman of MRCD FLN and was one of in the College of Presidents, namely Semana Calixte alias Sankara, was heard boasting about those attacks, saying that they are the ones who carried out those attacks in those locations. We have an audio link on YouTube that we gave the court. We also have that audio right here. Should the court find it necessary, we can play it here. We have one audio where Sankara boasts about those attacks in Nyabimata, when the spokesman, the MRCD FLN spokesman, namely Sankara, said that on Radio Obumunge on 14 August 2018 in a radio show where he was interviewed by a journalist, Mukashema Esperance. They were talking over a phone line. She was asking him to tell them whether they're the ones who carried out those Nyaruguru attacks, if they're the ones who carried out those attacks. Your Honor, Semana Calixte, aka Sankara, answered as spokesman of FLN. And he said it in these words. He said, "That's true, that's correct. We were in Nyabimata, we went to Nyabimata and we shot them, yes." Now, that statement is a statement by FLN spokesman. It means somebody who had the capacity, the responsibility to be spokesman for the terrorist organization FLN, who was also vice president in the same organization. Right after the attacks, when those people were killed by gunshots and grenades, he, when asked by a journalist, took responsibility, and he said they are the ones who killed those people in Nyabimata. It was carried out by FLN fighters. There's another audio called Sankara says that his army has taken Nyungwe area in the forest. This is another statement by FLN spokesman who was heard speaking to journalists who were inquiring about what happened in Nyungwe forest. He explained it, and he warned the residents, the local residents, telling them not to use Nyungwe Road, the road that crosses Nyungwe, because it's a war area. That's what he said. It's a battleground. Your Honor, those attacks both in Nyabimata and Nyamagabe in Nyungwe forest, apart from the evidence that we shared with the court based on the statements by those who planned the attacks, with the testimonies by eyewitnesses, we also have those audio clips where the spokesman of this MRCD FLN organization, terrorist organization, confirms that they're the ones who carried out these terrorist attacks, these murders, boasting about killing Rwandans. Should the court find it necessary, we have those audio clips. We can play those, but it's also in the dossier.
You
can go ahead and play if it's not a long clip. Thank you. My colleague is going to play it. President Kagame and other Rwandan leaders never shy away from saying that RNCN P5 they never say that they're a problem. They never say it's MRCD FLN. They don't think you're a problem. Well, if they don't talk about us, it means they're scared of us. What about our men in Nyungwe forest? Ask your journalists to go to Nyungwe and find out the battalion they are sending to Nyungwe. Well, does it mean they're not scared of us? We have an army. He knows it. And recently he sent people to come and negotiate. But he wants to negotiate unfairly. Are you saying that he sent people to come and negotiate with you to leave the forest and come and join the army? They sent money, people from MONUSCO to come and find out how we can talk with them. We say this, we don't need to talk. Then if you want negotiations, negotiate with all the opposition groups. Well, you said that tell your journalists to come and investigate in Nyungwe. I just spoke with our journalist. He told me that Nyamagabe-Rusizi Road is now open, Karongi-Rusizi Road is open, and which means that people use those roads and it's under government army control. So what do you have? Where do you control? I want to tell you today that, I want to tell everyone that our decision today as FLN, we issued a press release. Today, those two roads from Karongi to Nyamasheke to Rusizi, the road Nyamagabe-Rusizi, those roads are red zones. This is a battleground. Any car that will be using those roads and will have problems, don't say you haven't been warned. While you're saying that there's peace, then you're warned. There are many many soldiers, but they will not stop us from doing what we want to do. But you say that Rwandans need to do their usual activities. Well, they should avoid those roads for their own safety. This is a battleground. Well, hearing from the way you're talking, it's like you're speaking from an empty room. Are you saying that there's a quiet room like that in Nyungwe forest? We should be hearing insects and birds, but you're in a quiet place. Are you in Nyungwe? I'm a commander. I have commanders, operation commanders. We have other things to do. We also have political operations. There are others in charge of operations. If you can be here today and be somewhere the next day. Those are our tactics. Just wait and see what we will do. What time do you mean? Your Honor, we can stop here. even though the video is longer than that. But what we wanted to tell you is that, as we've explained, these attacks in Nyungwe forest, just like their statements said, they intended to instill fear and put the government under pressure to do something they didn't want initially to do. You heard them warning the population. They said, don't use that road for your own safety. They said it's a battleground. They also explained that the road was not safe. It's a red zone. He said, well, this means that they are scared of us. So that was the intent, to conduct those, to carry out those attacks and kill people in those attacks. Not killing because of any other conflict with them or other personal reasons. They did so because they wanted to show that they have a presence as fighters and say that they want to put the government under pressure to do certain things, to carry out those killings with the intention to put the government under pressure. Your Honor, you clearly understand that it's part of their agenda. These murders are different from ordinary murders. They have a different context. They have an intent, as we've explained. And these audio clips and video clips confirm once again what we've been saying. That plan to destabilize the country, to cause insecurity in the country, which is different from just a murder, like an individual could kill another for another reason, for some reason. What you've heard is a clip about Nyungwe attack. We have another clip about what was done in Nyabimata. We can play another short clip. It's all in the system, it's in the dossier, but we want to play that to prove how these MRCD FLN fighters have boasted about those murders they had carried out. So if it helps you explain, go ahead and play it. We tried to find, to reach Kalik Sankara on the phone. He told us briefly that he had no time, but let's play what he told us. Major Kalik Sankara, hello. Do you have time so we can talk about the attacks we hear about in the media? What was happened in Nyabimata? Thank you, Espe. It's true we went there yesterday, but I'm very busy today. When I get time, I will let you know. But it's true we went to Nyabimata yesterday and we shot them, yeah. But right now, I don't have time. If I get time, I'll let you know. That's Major Khalid Sankara. He was telling us that he's very busy. He cannot talk with us. Thank you. There you have it. And as we told the court, the attacks in Nyabimata were confirmed by FLN spokesman. So he was boasting about those attacks, those killings carried out as a terrorist act. And after this audio, taking responsibility for those killings in a context of terrorism, Your Honor, honorable judges, we find that even based on the statement of RUSESABAGINA Paul, the defendant, when he was interviewed on 31st June 2020, he accepted that the FLN illegal army, he admitted that he is together with Nsabimana Calixte, aka Sankara, they are co-presidents of that organization. And together with Irategeka Wilson, who was the president of CNRD Ubwiyunge. These are Paul Rusesabagina's own words. Maybe I should remind the court of his own words when he confirms, but when he reiterates the College of Presidents of MRCD-FLN, he explains that he had co-presidents as those two individuals. He said it in these words. It's in the dossier. He was asked by an investigator, and he said, "That's correct. I'm one of the individuals who gave instructions in those acts, because normally instructions come from the College of Presidents, because we were presidents of MRCD, well, leading different organizations under that MRCD umbrella. That's me, Paul Rusesabagina, president of Pedere Humure, Irategeka Wilson, president of CNRD Ubwiyunge, and Nsabimana Calixte, president of RRM. And here, as we've explained, this is Paul Rusesabagina's own words, where he explains that the acts by those MRCD-FLN fighters in those districts, he explains that as College of Presidents, they are the ones who are giving instructions for those acts, operations. And as my colleague has clarified, this individual aided for these killings to be carried out, and that was in line with their organization's plan. Surprisingly, after that statement by Paul Rusesabagina, who admits he was giving instructions to those fighters together with his colleagues, in his statement before the prosecution on 11th September 2020, and as we've alluded to that earlier on, and during the hearing about the provisional release on 14 September, Paul Rusesabagina admitted that FLN acts. He admitted that FLN committed those acts, and he asked for forgiveness. He himself sought forgiveness, saying that he never sent them to commit those acts, and that he thought there was a reason for him not to be answerable for that, because he never went to the ground in Nyaruguru or Nyamagabe or Rusizi. And this was heard in his statement before the prosecution, which means he admits that he was one of the leaders of that illegal armed group, that he admits that MRCD-FLN fighters committed those acts, and he seeks forgiveness. But he says, I never sent them to do that, trying to show the prosecution that he should not answer for those acts. Your Honor, honorable judges, this statement for us, the prosecution, does not exempt him from his responsibility in those killings by FLN MRCD as a terrorist act. Because in his capacity as one of the co-presidents who took decisions and gave instructions, this statement, this forgiveness he's seeking does not exempt him from being held accountable and for being punished should the court find him guilty, because these MRCD-FLN killings were carried out following the orders from him. They committed those crimes using the weapons, various weapons that he gave them through his support, as we have clarified before. Right now, we'd like to show the court that as leaders of these MRCD-FLN activities, these acts that constitute the crime, that those acts also in a terrorist context, we want to show the court through case law that being a leader of a terrorist organization, like in this case, and then they carry out terrorist activities that are prosecuted by law, being a leader if a leader says they did not send them, it's just absurd. The first example, it's a case that was tried by the Colombia Supreme Court. The prosecution was the prosecution against Nicolas Rodriguez and his co-accused. Case number 23-825 of 7th March 2007. Where the head of or some leaders of a terrorist organization that conducted acts, criminal acts, and then that Supreme Court proved that there would be contradiction, major contradiction, should the court accept that the leaders of that terrorist organization, that the activities conducted under their instructions, and then if one overlooks the consequences of those activities, there would be a major contradiction. Which means this: in this case, this terrorist organization, the leaders of this organization that had carried out attacks, and they had destroyed oil pipelines, and they had used explosives, and then at one point that flammable product reached Machucha village in Colombia, and then it caused death of some of the residents because it was a flammable product. Others were injured. And that Supreme Court in Colombia showed that since there was no doubt that the leaders of that terrorist organization are the ones who gave instructions for those acts that constitute a crime, you cannot say that the consequences of those acts, you cannot possibly say that they are not to be held accountable for the consequences. The court said it this way. It's in English. Paragraph 244 in the indictment.
Penal Cassation found that it will be contradictory to accept the undeniable proof that ELN, ubwo niwo mutwe w'iterabwoba aho ngaho, that the ELN leaders issued the order for the pipeline attack and then to ignore the consequences of their criminal act. The chamber rejected the argument that because those leaders did not desire or foresee the deaths and injuries of the villagers of Machuca, they could not be convicted for causing those harms. Under the doctrine of dolus eventualis, or indirect intent, the leaders were held responsible for the unplanned consequences flowing from the reckless and dangerous action they had ordered. Monsieur le Président, banyakubahwa bacamanza, icyo urukiko hano rwagaragaje nta kindi.
Your Honor, what this shows is that the terrorist group leaders gave those instructions and that they should be responsible for the consequences as well. And the court explained that the fact that they were the leaders of a terrorist group should have planned or thought beforehand about those consequences that will accrue from their activities. If they hadn't planned, the fact that they hadn't planned that there will be fires far from the attack area, that wouldn't excuse them for their responsibilities, exonerate them. These are unplanned consequences, and unplanned consequences are part of the responsibility of the initiator, or the order giver, or the leader who conducted the terrorist act. Or not the terrorist act, but the actual, let's call it the act. The act had terrorizing consequences. But in the particular case of RUSESABAGINA, what is clear is that even the orders were part of the terrorist act. He may have denied that he was not involved in planning in organization on the ground, but he is still responsible for those killings. There was also another court case in Belgium. The number
08 akadomo 0408
08.408.N, which is also similar to this one, because the court the appeal court says that, or ruled that the terrorists, those who actually carried out the act of terrorism should be punished, but also those who gave the orders or who gave the instructions or who supported them. Even though these latter had no particular case, no particular relations with the actual commission of that attack on the ground, they still are to be punished because they are responsible. So this Belgian appeal court said a leader of a terrorist group is punishable if it is established that it is a terrorist group. And subsequently, the person concerned, the responsible person, is a leader, or the answerable person. The indictment does not require that this person be personally responsible for an act of terrorism in Belgium or elsewhere, and does not need to be involved when that act of terrorism was committed. So this is the reading, and we have this text in the dossiers. Mr. President, Your Honor, honorable judges, we are showing here that any terrorist activity carried out by a particular group, that terrorist activity falls on the leader, whether he was involved directly or not, whether at the time the actual crime on the ground was committed, he was aware or not. The fact that he leads this terrorist group, that he has given instructions to commit certain acts, and these acts are committed subsequent to his order, he is responsible for those acts. And the court may also use other precedents that are related to other act of terrorism. There were various courts. The UNODC website has various cases where courts decided concerning terrorist activities, decided that the ones to be punished are not just those who committed those acts, the killers, those on the ground who throw grenades and so on. These are punished, certainly, but there should also be punishment for the planners, the leaders, the trainers, and any other person who has had a part or a role in facilitating these acts. He says, I'll read.
Report virtually all major terrorist incidents and certainly movement employing terrorist tactics over a period of time involve the combined resources and action of a group. Such a group is inherently more dangerous than a single individual can be. Its effective repressions requires imposition of criminal liability on persons who organize and direct but do not themselves commit physical acts of violence. To combat terrorism, one must reach beyond the person who actually places the bomb or sails the aircraft. Criminal responsibility must also be imposed on the network of investigators, financiers, recruiters, trainers, and logistical supporters who make such acts possible through their joint efforts. Icyo tugaragariza urukiko hano.
Therefore, Your Honor, what we want to show is that terrorist acts and the crimes committed during those terrorist acts, those who have been involved in the actual carrying out on the ground of these physical acts of violence should be punished the same as those, as well as those who planned and ordered and organized them. So what happened in Yamata, in Nyungwe, Rusizi, could not have happened without the joint efforts of various actors in the planning and preparation of these acts. With your permission, Your Honor, I will give another precedent case. There is a case that we want to draw the attention of the court towards. This is the case heard by the Tokyo District Court, but was confirmed by the Japanese Supreme Court. The case is also on the same website where various other cases of terrorism that have been tried and judged are indicated. So the Japanese Supreme Court also convicted Shoko Asahara, who headed a terrorist group called Aumo Shinjirokyo. And paragraph 348 of that case shows that he was convicted of various terrorist activities in Japan, but he tried to claim that he didn't do it. It's some of the people, members of his organizations. Some people were killed in metros, in subways, in various countries, but the leader, of course, couldn't be everywhere at the same time, and these activities were practically simultaneous, and he tried to say that he could not have been involved because he is not a which does, but he was condemned by the Supreme Court and convicted of these crimes. So, Your Honor, honorable judges, according to these precedents and the various indictments that we have found in the jurisprudence in general, it is clear that case law proves that the leaders of terrorist groups are responsible for the acts of terrorism on the ground because they supported the activities, planned it, or supported it in other ways as leaders or at leadership level. And all these cases show that the leaders were condemned and indicted because of the acts committed on the ground by their people, people under them. And this is what we will do with Paul RUSESABAGINA as a leader of MRCD-FLN, and based on various evidence, pieces of evidence, including his own statements, including his own the audio recordings of his men on the ground, and other items that we have shown. All this proves that the various acts of terrorism in several in the districts that we have mentioned, we're therefore asking the court, based on this, to indict RUSESABAGINA of these crimes because he was the leader of this organization. First of all. Second, that he supported them in material ways that as we have shown, and also that he encouraged and supported and encouraged them in the commission of these activities. Therefore, Your Honor, honorable justices, we wish to add murder as another count on which to indict RUSESABAGINA Paul, as we have demonstrated, and the article that we read, especially it's paragraph 4, and we have also shown that as regards intentionality and moral element, that with regard to these killings, excuse me, says the Chair, the President, I think we need you to be specific. But we have questions that we're not able to understand clearly, because you want to add crime. Is it killings or murder? Murder, did you say? To add this to the indictment. What do you mean exactly? That it is higher hierarchical responsibility? Is that what you are basing yourself on? That's one question. Second, do you mean to say that if he is convicted of these crimes, would he be directly, personally, or as an accomplice, or as a facilitator, or as what? I think you have to be specific. You say that Article 2, paragraph 4, and these sub-paragraphs, if you use this one, then you should, specify what is the link between this article that you're using and the previous articles on which the indictment is based. And specify who is responsible for what. What is the mode of this responsibility? Because all these jurisprudences and case precedents, they are on different things. The ones you read are on different types of crime. So you are accusing him of what, under what law? Second, you have given us evidence of his involvement and so on. Okay, fine. But as regards the attacks, specific attacks, in what way did he give his instructions? Where are the instructions? In what words did he express these instructions? I am not sure that we have time to do this. Perhaps we should take a break. It will be better so that when we come back, you explain all this. Because we need specific answers, and let us now have a recess. The court is now in recess. We shall resume with these questions.
urukiko.
The court. The proceedings will resume now. The prosecution will continue its case.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Your Honor. Honorable judges. We took a break after the court had asked a few questions about this part about murder as another act in a terrorist crime, and you asked what law is the basis of our saying that those murders amounted to terrorism, and you asked us to show the connection to the law on crimes and punishments, paragraph 2, 3, and 5. And the court was asking about RUSESABAGINA Paul's instructions he might have given. And now I want to give the floor to my colleague who is going to clarify that at length. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, honorable judges. About the question put to us by the court, we are going to use certain articles proving or explaining RUSESABAGINA's responsibility in this murder as part of terrorism. We will go back to the second article on the law on terrorism, as we had referred to that from the beginning. He gave the definition of what a terrorist act is. It's Article 2 of the law 46/2018 of 13th August 2018 about the fight against terrorism. In its second article, in the fourth paragraph, you see the definition of a terrorist act. And this paragraph is in two parts. Part A defines what a terrorist act is. It's a predetermined activity that breaks the law and endangers the life and security, or injures people, or results into the death of a person or a number of people, or that destroys or is capable of destroying an individual's property or government infrastructure, a cultural installment, and that act is committed in order to instill fear and exert pressure on the government or an association or a community or part of a population to do or not to do certain things, to take a certain direction or abandon a certain direction or principles. The second paragraph it's intended to prevent government from giving their services to its population, or creating insecurity, or creating insurgency against a government. And again, in that second law, there's a passage where it talks about what a terrorist act is. And we will return to the court's question. We're talking about terrorist activity, that which promotes, supports, directs, or aids, or incites, or trains, or tries to incite, or to instill fear, or to provide equipment by any person with the intent to do anything that is mentioned in Part A. Your Honor, as we had explained while we were laying out the context about a terrorist activity, what we see in this law is this. terrorist acts are classified in two categories, two major categories. First is where we see in this part A, when they talk about any act that breaks the criminal law that can endanger people's lives and people's security, etc. The second part, which concerns Paul Rusesabagina about murder as a terrorism act, is we see this in part B. It's any activity that promotes, supports, provides assistance, directs, assists, or incites, or tries or encourages or instills fear, or results into treason, or provides equipment with the intent to do one of the things mentioned in part A. Your Honor, these activities are divided into two major categories, but they are interconnected. What's done in part B? Let's use language we once used talking about a terrorist act. You will find that in part A, you find those activities in part A. What the law says, these are activities that are prohibited by criminal law normally. And that's why in our indictment you see this crime, murder as a terrorist act, as it's been explained. These are crimes that are normally punished, and now the specificity of these crimes in their intent, it has become terrorism. Those became terrorist activities. And in this part A, you see those activities that are normally prohibited, that are punished by criminal law because they are crimes. You see those activities that can destroy government infrastructure, people's property, and that can endanger people's lives, that cause insecurity. Those are acts that constitute crimes that are punished by law, but because of other criteria, when those activities meet those criteria, they become terrorist acts. And in part B, it's not those activities per se. Instead, it's other acts that promote those activities, that aid those activities, support and incite and lead and train and incite people to do those activities. But all this is done to support those activities in part A, to make it happen. We'll give an example on this very crime we're talking about here, in this case, murder as a terrorist act. Your Honor, if you look at, if you read the the indictment, you see two crimes. You see crimes that some defendants are accused of. Some are in part A, others you find in part B. Murder as a terrorist act, some are accused of that act. It's been explained, those who were killed in Nyabimata and other places, Nyungwe, etc. There are some people who were present. They will say that those fighters came in and shot somebody, then they died of their wounds later on. Others were killed on the spot. there are people who committed those crimes. Those eyewitnesses saw it happen. It's been explained. Those individuals are in part A, those who committed those crimes. But there's a second part where people like Rusesabagina fall. They are accused of murder as a terrorist act, even though they were not in Nyabimata in that night, who were not in Nyungwe forest when they stopped cars and they shot people and burnt the cars down, but the prosecution accuses them of that crime. This is what we're telling the court here. As the lawmaker clarified these categories of activities that constitute a terrorist act, these defendants are in these two categories, depending on their responsibility. And in Part B, it's not the act of murder, which is normally punished by the law, which is against people's lives and security. In this Part B, it's about any act to promote, to assist, to provide support to incite, all the way down to treason, planning or providing logistic support to help those activities in Part A be carried out. Your Honor, if this were in ordinary crimes, they are punished by law, a law about crimes and punishments. This would be being an accomplice to a crime. But when you look at the lawmakers' idea, specifically on terrorism, it was more than being an accomplice to a crime. This in itself is a terrorist act. It's not because one is executing the act. That person should be prosecuted for that crime as a terrorist act. Specifically for Paul Rusesabagina, if you leave those explanations, general explanations aside, the definitions, you find that he was one of the leaders of a terrorist organization called MRCD-FLN. We've shown the court that he has aided this organization in its activities, in its operations. So this is provided for in this Part B, where they say, the law says, supporting, aiding, directing with the aim to do any of what is meant. A treaty against terrorism, in its first article, Part 3B, it says it in the same way, how it defines what a terrorist act is. It defines this in these two parts, the act itself and other acts that are committed to enable those other activities to be carried out. Now, we've explained this to say that be it for Rusesabagina or all others who never set foot on the crime scene, they all fall in this Part B because their responsibility places them there. That's what the lawmaker clarified. That's what the lawmaker has clarified. That in itself makes them responsible. As we've explained to the court, Rusesabagina as one of the leaders of this terrorist organization that committed terrorist acts, murders terrorist act as well, having supported, aided that organization, that makes him one of those who committed this terrorist act as per this law. And this leads us to the court's question when they say, when they spoke about what's in Article 2 in the criminal law. But what stops anybody committing something in Part B to be an accomplice, stops them from being an accomplice? I think you've explained what a terrorist act is, but who is he as he commits that crime? Is he just an individual, an accomplice? Yeah, we need more clarification here. Thank you, Your Honor. We'd like to read what that article says, and then we'll explain the type of person that somebody like RUSESABAGINA would be. The second article of the law on crimes and punishments in definitions, in Part 3, it talks about the criminal, the one who breaks the law, or the one who refuses to do what the law requests. An accomplice, the one who directly cooperates with the one who commits a crime, or in the planning of the crime. The one who enables somebody to commit a crime because of a promise for a reward, or to the one who helps somebody commit a crime or facilitates the commission of the crime, and this is done in a premeditated manner, or the one who sends someone else or who makes someone else commit a crime through a public speech or by coercion, or by books that are distributed, either because they are having been purchased or distributed for free, or following some advertisement. There are many parts until F. So they show what an accomplice is. Your Honor, as we've explained, if we were prosecuting murder as an ordinary crime, as mentioned in the criminal law in general, a person who has commanded those who committed those crimes, those murders, the person who gave them financial support, as we've explained, that person would be an accomplice based on this 5th section of this 2nd article. However, we're not prosecuting murder as an ordinary crime. This is murder as a terrorist act in the context of terrorism. Your Honor, this is what we say that brings us to this 2nd article, Part 4, point B, where we see what's is almost similar to what's in Part B of Article 2 of the law on crimes and punishments. But from ordinary crimes now, they're in a context of terrorism. And here we'll go back to this law on crimes and punishments in general. Back to that 2nd law, Part 3, Paragraph 3, where it defines the one who commits a crime, the one who breaks the law or refuses to do what the law says. Your Honor, we'll stop at the second part of this sentence. The one who breaks the law, who does something that breaks the law. That's why we go back to the second article. The second article in part B goes like this. It provides for the action. Then we'll go all the way down to the law that punishes the terrorist act, but it's necessary to show the court what a terrorist act is. What is it before we even prosecute it? What is done and it qualifies as terrorist act?
And it's in this second item, did Rusesabagina's actions qualify as terrorism or other forms of crime? And we see here that in our second argument, the subparagraph 3 of the law of criminal code, we saw that there are crimes that Rusesabagina committed as regards crime, or the crime of murder. And Article 2 of the law on terrorism, 2B, where it says that any action that supports, incites, teaches, or acts through fear and threats for the purpose of providing the means of committing a crime. The crime here is what B says, especially for Rusesabagina, to support Gutera and to lead kuyobora, to lead, to support first of all, and then to lead. And these are the two things that Rusesabagina is proved to have committed. And if it led to crime, the crime of murder, because he first of all, he did an unlawful action, as the law says, unlawful. Second, he aided, supported and abetted crime. Yes, says the chair, we thank you very much. You have stated your point. The next, thank you, Your Honor. We thought that, as my colleague has just said, the law can be interpreted in a literal manner, but the experts in legal doctrine prefer a teleological interpretation. That is what the lawmaker meant when he crafted that law. So I think the teleology part of this law that my colleague has just read show that this is a law that punishes the crime of terrorism. There are two groups, or two levels of responsibility. The one who was on the ground, who committed the actual act, but the one who sent him, who promoted him, who is behind him, is more responsible than the criminal who was on the ground and committed those atrocities or other crimes. the one who gave him the funding, who defined the mission. He may be in Texas or wherever he is, but he is responsible because he is the one who supported and facilitated the ground activity. And he supported it knowing very well that it is a crime. He knew very well that in ordinary criminality, that person is an accomplice. This is what we always say in ordinary common law, in ordinary law, ordinary criminal code. He's an accomplice. An accomplice is punished. Therefore, there is no general law whereby terrorism can be equated with ordinary crimes. The point is that the person who organized, supported, sent the one who committed terror is responsible for those activities. In normal law, in normal criminality, of course, if somebody was not material to a crime, well, they can say they were not there. But in this particular law against terrorism, it's different. Look at Article 5 of the Criminal Code. It says that if there is a conflict between one general law and a special law, this is what happens. It says, when there are several or more than one law punishing one crime, the specific or special law shall apply. So in this case, as we have seen, the legislator provided very clearly that somebody who was not on the ground where the crime was committed will not be judged, as is ordinarily the case in normal or general law. But since this was a case of terrorism, it is a special or specialized law that shall apply. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. I think we should add something to what my colleague had just said as regards accomplices and accessories to a crime. We're not saying that the notion of accomplice is not present in terrorism. It is. It is, because there may be some people who will be pursued or who will be prosecuted as accomplices. But in the case of Paul RUSESABAGINA, it is not the case. He is not the accomplice of these crimes that we described this morning. In fact, he is the principal author responsible for those crimes. And in the morning, the court had asked us a question about the instructions. Did he give instructions? In what format? And in what sort of language? Your Honor, we have already detailed these activities when we dealt with the issue of RUSESABAGINA as a leader of MRC FLN, and also Salman Khalix, Alia Sankara, who was with him at the head of these terrorist organizations. We have shown in Article 2 and its paragraph A and fourth subparagraph, these issues of instructions have been resolved because we said that it is enough for him to be the leader. the actual active leader of these terrorist institutions. That is, well, legally, that suffices. Now, the words he used or the method of instructions may be needed, but they are not the ones that prove his criminality or his responsibility. So, as we said, in this article, paragraph B, the fourth subparagraph, it shows clearly that RUSESABAGINA, because we are now speaking about him, but there are others as well, RUSESABAGINA will be responsible for arson, for kidnappings and abductions, for terrorizing people through violence. These activities were not committed by him or in his presence, but this paragraph, this law that we cited, paragraph B, fourth subparagraph, answers to this. Thank you. Thank you, says the President. We shall continue. Just a moment. Tell me, there is something you just said. You say that any moral author or any who is morally responsible normally, how will you qualify that responsibility, criminal responsibility? Well, whenever the prosecution has brought sources of information or proof or that this is the case, then that person should be taken as personally responsible or personally answerable. Fine. Fine. Yeah, Your Honor, there is something I forgot. My colleague reminded me. There is a question you had asked about the jurisprudence that we had recourse to. All the cases that we cited are from various countries and their legal systems. They all had one thing in common, which is what we've just explained, that the leaders of terrorist groups are held responsible for the commission of these atrocities and other crimes. And although some of them had argued that they were not on the ground, and sometimes they even proved that they couldn't be on the ground, but they were still condemned. They were still indicted for, made responsible for those crimes. In paragraph 242, it is shown that RUSESABAGINA never denied these the crimes committed by his group. Even in the various months where he appeared at various jurisdictions, even when he was being questioned, especially in this year when he was seeking to be freed from prison temporarily, and that he admitted, that was in September, he admitted that he was not on the ground in the field committing those atrocities, but he admitted that he was responsible for those organizations. He's the one who led them. And I think it has been proved that leaders of terrorist organizations cannot be cleared of the crimes committed by their organization simply by saying that they were not there or that they gave no direct orders. I did not tell them to go and kill this person. That is not the point. If they are leaders, they are responsible for the activities and actions of the group that they did. This, Your Honor, has already been explained, and in fact I think our law, the Rwandan law, is very explicit. They go into lots of details to show all the things that will qualify, all the activities and behaviors that will qualify as terrorism, and how they will be imputed on the person who's in charge of those organizations. So I think this has already been very, very convincingly, or exhaustively rather, demonstrated that the leader is responsible. And in fact, in all the jurisprudence, in all the case law that was cited, all the leaders were condemned personally and not as accomplices, as personally responsible for the crimes. Thank you. Yes, you may proceed, says the President. I thank you, Your Honor. We have already explained the responsibility of a leader of a terrorist group, and now we shall proceed to show that the accused, Paul RUSESABAGINA, broke the law when he supported and indeed led and managed a terrorist group, MRCD-FLN, and that this group committed murder in Nyamata and Kitabi in the districts of Nyaruguru and Nyamagabe. And the objective of these attacks were no other than terror. It is obvious that these attacks were to frighten the people, terrorize them, in order to pressure the Rwandan government into not following their policies or into following some other path other than the one that it was following at the time, through this pressure. And therefore these murders were committed against civilians, country people, in the villages, who have nothing to do with the army, with the conflict of any sort, simply to terrorize them, the population. So, as we have we've shown, civilians, innocent civilians, were attacked at various places and in various areas. But specifically, as regards terrorism, these people were killed for no specific reason. They were not killed because they were who they were. So the murder was not specific to these people. We have shown Your Honor who had been killed. The list was given. These were people of various ages, ranges, a range of age, and one was 13, a girl of 13. Then they killed her, they killed another person who has nothing to do with this girl, but who just happened to be there. It's clear that these are random murders for the purpose of terrorizing the population. The other thing we should insist on is that MRCD-FLN made a number of statements at various periods. And as we said, as we explained, these statements, some of them were media statements, others were statements in other contexts. We have analyzed them, analyzed their language and content. We shall now go through them and show that these official statements were proof themselves, or provided evidence of the nature of the actions that were committed, that is terrorism. There was one press release 2018 -07-01
yatangajwe ku itariki 15
of the 15th of July 2018. This press release provides evidence that the illegal armed group that was founded by MRCD-FLN intended to change the government, actually to topple the government. There was even a video earlier on where they explained that they want to use any means to topple the Rwandan government or to change the system. And as MRCD-FLN said themselves, they planned and actually did act violently to achieve this change of government. Second evidence, another statement, press release to the press 2019-03-21 of 21st March 2019. Msabimana Kalix Elias Sankara, who was a spokesman of MRCD-FLN and who actually signed the statement. It's a statement that was actually a call addressed to Rwandans and others to be aware that there is a war and that the people shouldn't go about. And second, the people who do night patrols in the various localities should not come out. Don't come out at night because it is a war zone, they said. So this is where addressed to the people, the local people, but of course it went everywhere. Throughout Rwanda, everybody received those communiques. There is another statement, which was also, the number is 2019-03-19 of 19th March 2019. Here, Calixte Nsabimana, the spokesman of MRCD-FLN, he was now calling on the people who live in the northern province and those bordering areas where attacks had taken place. He explained that even those who are close to the northern border or the Nyungwe forest don't travel at night in those areas, he said, because these are war zones. These are places where combats are taking place. And as we said, Your Honor, honorable judges, we have already demonstrated many times that these killings aimed at terrorizing the population and the people of Rwanda in general have been documented. There is another statement, 2019-04-30, again of the same month of September, and again calling on the population not to go out because this is a war zone. This is a combat area, and don't go there. And this was just a way of terrorizing the people, telling them that they live in a war zone or at the battlefront. These, Your Honor, show that MRCD, FLN attacks, all of them, resulted in the killings of the people who were innocent civilians, and these people were killed for no particular purpose that has anything to do with them personally, but just to frighten the population, terrorize the onlookers, so that also these activities, the terrorizing of the population, should have an impact of pressuring the government to change course or to do whatever these people planned. It's clear, therefore, Your Honor, that the plan is there, the willingness, the will is there, and the not just the intent, but the actual commission of these crimes in this context are all clearly indicate that terrorism was committed, and in these acts of terrorism, Rusesabagina Paul should be indicted for the crime of murder, and that this fourth indictment, this fourth count, murder, should also is the fourth, but not the last, because there is a fifth. What do you mean? Says the chair. You mean that the killings in Nyabimata and Kitabi were there for terrorizing the people, but also for pressuring the government into changing course or taking a different course? This is what you said. Can you explain? You are saying that there is a will to do that. And was it, in what way was this? We understand that they wanted to pressure the government, but it was to pressure the government in what directions? Because we are looking at Rusesabagina's case that you are accusing of terrorism and these other things, but can you explain?
Thank you, Your Honor. The will is not just on the fourth crime. It applies to other crimes that we charge him with, just like his co-accused. What the prosecution have clarified, even starting from the context, we've given a global view of the context of these terrorist acts. You have acts that are prosecuted by law in general, but in the context, we wanted to clarify, to explain to the court how those crimes were committed with the intent, with an objective. They had an objective in mind. We've shown that thanks to testimony by different people, including context witnesses who were heard by the court right here, the purpose all along was that those attacks were aimed, those attacks by MRCD-FLN were aimed to put the government under pressure so that their objectives would be attained in the country. So that will and that plan, we cannot say that it was an isolated act. It's the will we've been talking about, starting from the context, with context witnesses and other testimonies. And that's what led to other crimes that we've mentioned, being a member of an illegal armed group, which is a crime we've clarified and we've given evidence thereof, being a member of a terrorist organization, and the crime we were talking about since yesterday, aiding a terrorist organization. Now, this murder as a terrorist act shares the same context with the other crimes. Even though we've mentioned these press releases, well, this goes hand in hand with what we've clarified as context for all these crimes. That's the explanation we can give the court right now, so the court can consider it. It's all part of the indictment we gave the court. Thank you. You can carry on. Go ahead. But we haven't really understood the kind of direction the government was put under pressure to adopt or to abandon. You've explained there was pressure, but pressure for what? We will keep clarifying this with the crimes. We cannot list the crimes immediately, but as we dive deep in these crimes as we explain them, we will clarify this. As the first defendant, Karin Saimana Calixte, aka Sankara, explained in previous hearings, he explained their plan and the will. He said this as one of the presidents of their organization. He clarified their plan when they were conducting these activities. So we want to ask the court to consider that aspect for all the crimes, for the general context in which those crimes were committed, as we will show in our arguments. Please carry on. My colleague will continue with the fifth crime that Paul RUSESABAGINA is accused of. Thank you.
Monsieur le Président, namwe honorable juge, uko mugenzi wanjye urangije bivuze, tugiye kujya cyaha cya gatanu kiregwa Paul RUSESABAGINA, ariko nyakubahwa Perezida hari ikibazo mubajije.
We're going to the fifth crime Paul RUSESABAGINA is accused of. And you've asked a question about the direction or orientation that the government was pressured to leave or abandon. And based on those terrorist acts by MRCD-FLN, the government, that they wanted the government to leave or to give up on. Your Honor, different defendants have explained this in their statements, and we have a statement by Nzeyimana Mark. Nzeyimana Mark explained this in these words, Your Honor. I will read. He said, "We were fighting to overthrow the Kigali regime in Rwanda to rule the country ourselves. We were saying the Hutus used to have the power, so let's fight and take our power back. That was the first ideology. And we wanted to have all the full control over power in the country. We wanted to be powerful in the country. Even if you're not president, then you would be among the 5 powerful people in the ruling party. And this, Your Honor, is mentioned in his statement when he was interviewed by the investigation on 15 January 2020. So this explains, answers your question, what the government was being pressured to leave following those FLN, MRCD-FLN activities. In addition to that, Your Honor, MRCD-FLN fighters wanted to force the government to accept negotiations. You'll see that in a statement by Bizimana Kassien when he was interviewed for this, in this case. Your Honor, honorable judges, just give me 1 second. We were talking about the 5th crime, and this is Paul RUSESABAGINA, who committed that crime. Abduction of a person as a terrorist act. Your Honor, as we all know, a crime has 3 elements: the legal element, the material and moral element. And on that element, Your Honor, I will not spend too much time on it because my colleagues have clarified this at length. It was explained about the murder. The same will apply. The same will apply on illegal abduction of an individual, and that's a terrorist act. The same characterization applies here, Your Honor. And as it's been explained, MRCD-FLN has committed some terrorist acts on Rwanda's soil, mainly in Nyaruguru district and Nyamagabe district. I'm talking about only these 2 districts because they are the ones that are concerned in this crime that I'm talking about. Those acts, Your Honor, were included murder, as my colleague just explained. And those terrorist acts, that's when there was illegal abduction of individuals, as we will explain further down. That illegal abduction of individuals and, Your Honor, that crime of abducting people is usually prosecuted by ordinary laws in Article 151 in Law 68/2018 on crimes and punishments in general. Your Honor, about this crime of abducting illegally an individual and that is done as a terrorist act, here is one important thing we have to say here. Apart from that act being premeditated, this act of abducting that individual has to be against that individual's security. That security, Your Honor, as we see in that second part of the law, number 46, that we've mentioned earlier, 46/2018, about fighting terrorism. In point A, we read that this act, this terrorist act of abducting that individual has to be against that person's security. It endangers his security. And that security the law talks about, it means the individual does not enjoy his rights. It means that individual does not enjoy his freedom, which means that person is taken away against their will. They are abducted without their consent. And that's why we say it's an illegal abduction of an individual. Your Honor, there are acts of abducting people that was committed in Nyaruguru district and Nyamagabe district, as we've said. And these acts of abducting individuals and taking them to forests, I'm talking about MRCD-FLN fighters who abducted them. This was done in different times, but all of this was done in 2018, Your Honor. And these acts were committed in Nyabimata and in Kitabi. Your Honor, as has been explained by my colleagues, one would ask why Paul RUSESABAGINA would be held accountable for the abduction of people when he was in the US or in Belgium, and when the acts were committed in Rwanda. Your Honor, my colleagues will have explained that. I'm not going to repeat that. But what's important is this: Paul RUSESABAGINA was the leader of MRCD-FLN, and it's been explained that he was a major donor, supporter of MRCD-FLN. Your Honor, my colleagues have explained the law on which they refer to when they say he needs to be accountable for that. And as we explain more about that crime and those activities, Your Honor, we need to lay out the evidence supporting the fact that this group has abducted the individuals whom we will name. First evidence, Your Honor, is a report by the Nyabimata sector authorities. It's a report that's been mentioned before. It's a report that showed how the attacks, different attacks in Nyabimata sector were conducted. And that report, Your Honor, is in the dossier. It's a report produced by the Nyabimata Sector Executive Secretary. His name is Senyumva Vincent. And that report explains that there were different attacks in Nyabimata Sector. And the report shows the locations, the sites where those attacks occurred. But what we want to focus on for this crime, this report mentions individuals who were abducted. And it gives the dates and the names. Your Honor, in the night of 30th towards the July 1st, 2018, this report says that some attackers, armed attackers, attacked Chumuzi cell in Rohingya of Nyabimata sector. They stole cattle and abducted the local citizens. And the report gives the names of those who were abducted. That's a list of 6 people, including Shumbu Shodamasen, Hakirutimana Sylvain, Semana Anastas, Gendakumana David, Sivororema Benust, and Habyarimana Jean-Marie Vianney. These individuals were abducted on that day in Nyabimata sector. Apart from that report, Your Honor, we have a testimony by some of the local residents who were abducted by those FLN fighters. And they've explained how they were abducted, Your Honor. How they were taken by force, as I've explained. They made them carry their effects, their loot, and then they were released later on. One example, Your Honor. One of the individuals abducted, called Ndikuma Naviateur, Your Honor, he explained during his interview, when he was interviewed on 20th July 2018, interviewed by the investigation, he said on the 19th June 2018 at 8 p.m. when he was going home, he ran into about 50 people, all armed with guns. They asked him why he was going home late. He said that it was still early. And then they took his watch that he was wearing, and they tied him up. What we've explained, that this abduction, of course, there was violence was involved, was used. He was tied up, and they ordered him to direct them to Nyabimata sector's executive secretary. Once they reached that place, they did not find the executive secretary. They continued on with him and others and other residents who had been abducted. And those fighters, Your Honor, went to people's residences and they started looting. And they ordered those abductees to carry that loot. they ordered to march on into Nyungwe forest. That was explained by Ndikumana Viateur. He was one of the victims. He was abducted, but they were later on released after many hours after they had been abducted by these FLN fighters. And apart from that one abducted in those abducted in Nyabimata sector, one Semushi David what happened to Semushi David happened in Kitabi in Nyungwe forest. He was abducted by MRCD FLN fighters, and in his statement, Your Honor, his statement of 16 December 2018, he was being interviewed by the investigation. He explained that when he was back from Nyamasheke on his way to Kigali, it was on 15 December 2018, it was about 5:30 p.m. Your Honor, he says he was abducted by a group of armed people. They were pretending to be the National Army, but they were speaking different languages, some in Kinyarwanda, others Kirundi, others Lingala. And he said that he was abducted together with other individuals. And those other individuals who was with him were on board of a bus from Rusizi, Nyamasheke rather. It was a bus from company, Omega Company, Omega Transport Company. Your Honor, they took all their personal effects. They selected the men and took them to Nyungwe forest. And at about 6 a.m. in the morning, they let them go, except one person who stayed with them. It's said that that individual was connected somehow to those fighters. So from this statement, we see that from 5:30 in the evening up to 6 a.m. the next morning, those people had been abducted. They were in the forest. They were abducted by those fighters. That was against their will. It was by force. It was illegal. And those who have provided explanations and gave testimony, they are not the only ones. You'll see many more people in the dossier. There are many more who gave testimony about these abductions. There are many more. We have a list of those individuals. We have Havugimana Jean-Marie Vianney, Habyarimana Leonard, Habyarimana Damascene, Hakirutimana Sylvain, Ngendakumana David, Shumbusho Damascene, Siwarurema Venuste, Ndikumana Calixte, Munyentwari Cassien, Habyarimana Vianney, Sayimana Anastase, and Nangwahafi Calixte. All these individuals were with those we've mentioned, Ndikumana and Semushi, when they were abducted by those MRCD FLN fighters who took them into Nyungwe forest. Your Honor, we've laid out the acts of abducting those individuals, and this was done following Paul RUSESABAGINA's decision And as it's been explained, Your Honor, Paul RUSESABAGINA is responsible for these acts of abducting these individuals. It's been explained, especially that what was done is illegal, and I've explained this, and he is the one who was the leader of this MRCD-FLN organization, and he was the major donor for this organization, MRCD-FLN. In addition, Your Honor, as it's been explained, it's the answer we gave to your question, the intent, as these people were attacking these locations and carrying out those activities and abducting these individuals. Those who were abducted are civilian, ordinary citizens. And second, they wanted to scare them, to terrorize them. And we've also explained that they wanted to put pressure on the Rwandan government to abandon a certain principle or direction. We've explained that at length. My colleagues have explained this too. Another point, Your Honor, is that there's a lot of evidence that I'm not going to repeat. It's been explained by my colleague while they were talking about murder as a terrorist act. It's been explained at length. I'm not going to repeat that. About the will, well, it's been explained, especially when we explain the context in paragraph 84 up to 96. We've explained more about the will and given different pieces of evidence that Paul RUSESABAGINA had the will to commit this crime of abducting individuals illegally and as a terrorist act. That was the fifth crime, Your Honor. If you allow, we can go. Before you go on, we need some clarification. Did those fighters ask for anything, any condition? But did they harm those abductees in any way? Did they hurt them? Did they injure them or kill any of them? Thank you, Your Honor. As I've explained, those are civilians. Those are the victims of this act. And as they abducted those individuals, they had no conflict with the citizens. I understand that. But those who were abducted, was there any pressure? Did they put the government under pressure that they would kill those people or harm them if the government didn't do anything in return? Thank you, Your Honor. There was no other pressure. It just abducted that just abducted these citizens. That's in and of itself is pressure put on that government. Thank you. And about the next crime, but did they request the government to do anything for the people, the abductees, to be released? Did they threaten to do anything against those individuals? That's the hostage-taking crime. That's what we're talking about here. Thank you, Your Honor.
Well, the people who were abducted did not asked for anything. When they were released, they had asked nothing. Well, they were just victims who were fully under the control of the abductees. No, the question is, says the president, the fighters, did they attach any conditions for the release of the abductees? We're not talking about the abductees themselves. The fighters who kidnapped them, were they demands for the hostages to be released? Saying, for example, if you don't do this or that, we will harm them, or something like that. Did you get it? Yes, I understand, Your Honor. We're not able to give the details, but when these people were abducted, they would be taken into the Nyungwe forest. And they had a meeting with them. They explained why the fighters explained why these people had been kidnapped or abducted. And they said, we are not selecting between Bahutu, Batutsi, Batwa, nothing at all. Or somebody is tall and therefore he's a Tutsi or whatever. We're not doing any of that. We just want to change, replace the RPF government. So go and be our witnesses and explain what we want. Have we answered the question, sir? Yes, yes, thank you. The next crime, or count number 6, under which Paul RUSESABAGINA is indicted, is the crime of theft using violence and violent acts, armed and violent robbery. The legal elements have already been provided because they are the same that were provided for the crime of terrorism and the crime of killings or murders. We can add simply that armed robbery is a crime that was committed for the purpose of stealing, precisely, and it, of course, it's somebody stealing property using weapons, and this is a normal, rather common crime in Article 170 of 2016 of the Code of Criminal Justice provides for punishment for armed robbery. But the type of armed robbery that these people carried out in Nyaruguru and Nyamagabe, that is the attacks included stealing from civilian people, ordinary populations, and they were robbed of various pieces of property, money, telephones, cattle, small animals, small ruminants, and then food crops, or foodstuffs, let's say, and various other items. So there was then terrorism, there was killings, there was now armed robbery, and all these other crimes are imputable to Paul RUSESABAGINA, because he was the head of these organizations. And in fact, he was the topmost leader, the most responsible. And therefore, these are crimes that are imputable to him. And as my colleagues have said, in regard to the other crimes, the other counts. Now, what was done to the people? The people witnessed those acts. They were their victims. And as we read, as in the report that we read earlier from a report by the leader of the Nyabebata village, Murenge, and the report says that a number of people lost their properties, they were snatched from them. And as we see, Your Honor, in the report which is before you, before the court, people lost their property, the various items, and these were taken away, forcibly taken away. There is also a testimony or testimonies from victims of these robberies. Nsabimana Anastase, Your Honor, we have his statement of 20th of this of 2008, 20th July 2018. And we see that on the 1st of July 2018 at 22 hours, that is 4 p.m., from 10 p.m. rather, 10 p.m., people in military uniform came to my house, ordered me to open, entered, and forced me to give them money to buy food or else food. And then they took my telephone away. Now, he said, they told me you collect these things and you carry them. So they collected them, they carried them, and then they drove him to Nyungwe, where they marched him to Nyungwe, and with his properties that they forced him to carry for them. Then Mugisha Gashumba Eve, he also wrote at the same period, July 2018, explained that his iPhone was taken away, an iPhone worth 70,000 Rwandan francs, clothing in a bag with $250. Mugisha Gashumba Eve signed a statement to this effect. There were others. Various items were taken away from them. Habimana Viateur, then Munyaneza Fidel that was mentioned earlier, the one who was shot and then died of his wounds. Then Nsaguye Yohani, Kareranga Antoine, Nsabimana Straton, and then Emmanuel, Mukamana Teodeta, Abdimana Jean-Marie Vianney, Leonard, Kangabe Christine, Nyirahana Godly,
Nyiragema Josephine, Rusingizandekwe Léandre, Nyiramana Belancille, Nyirazibera Dative, Ngendakumana David, Shumbusho Damascene, Siborurema Venuste, Ndikumana Calixte, Munyentwari Cassien, Habyarimana Vianney, Nangwahafi Calixte, Bwimba Vianney, Jumapili Issa, Uwimana Stapin, Kayitesi Alice, Bakera Ali, ndetse n'uwitwa Ruteye Yusuf. Abo bose nyakwa President.
This is a list of the people who testified, and their testimony is before the court. They lost their property, and these fighters or combatants took these items at the threat of weapons. And FLN is responsible for this. In fact, Nsabimana Calixte, alias Sankara, boasted about this. He was actually bragging about how they have carried out all these various attacks. There are statements to the press, communiques, and there are also audio testimonies by Nsabimana Calixte. Your Honor, these acts of terrorism were carried out at the threat of weapons, illegally, and they are imputable to Paul RUSESABAGINA as one who supported them in various ways, led these organizations, and provided them with the support to enable them to carry out these crimes. So this armed robbery, as a means or within the framework of a terrorist activity in these two villages that I mentioned, including Kitabi, these activities are terrorist activities involving armed robbery with the aim of terrorizing civilian populations. And as I explained earlier, these are innocent civilians who had nothing at all to do with any army activities. They are not involved in any special activity, but they were done to pressure the government, pressurize the Rwandan government into changing its course, as it said. So, therefore, sir, Your Honor, MRCD FLN terrorist group has carried out activities including armed robbery, and the responsibility for these activities are imputed or imputable to Paul RUSESABAGINA. Such robberies, armed robbery by MRCN and these, the members of these organizations, they were armed with firearms, and also traditional weapons. These items that they stole from the civilian, innocent civilian population, these goods were taken away for good. They were not returned. Therefore, this is the crime of theft, and this theft was carried out with the purpose of terrorizing the population. Also, I should add, Your Honor, that one of the victims of these armed robberies was questioned on the 3rd of July 2018. His name is Ndutie Yusuf. He said that we have the PV, the statement, procès-verbal. He explained that he was coming from Rusizi from a wedding, and he was driving a VW Golf car, AC 507A or 547A. That was the plate, number plate. And he arrived at the Gikongoro locality, Gikongoro town, and they saw armed groups who were in military uniform with weapons. And they stopped them. Then they took his telephone, Samsung, his papers, including his ID, driving license, and also his card as a professional card, because he's a lawyer. And in fact, his car was immediately burnt by these fighters of MRC FLN. There was there's another testimony, Munyarugendo Alois, who was also robbed. He made his statement to the investigators on the 20th, Kamena 2018. Or Kamena, that is August. He said he heard shots being fired. He was sitting in a bar. So he came out and then he ran. He ran into the forest when he saw what was happening. When he came out of hiding later, the executive officer, local executive officer's car was burnt. There was his motorbike was also burnt out. Television has been broken out, and there was also a solar panel that was also broken. And then they had opened the house, and it was the bar, and they robbed the bar. They took the money and all the possessions of personal belongings of the workers, and he himself was beaten up when they finally found him. So these are the statements that we base ourselves on, Your Honor, when determining that armed robbery as a part of a terrorist activity was committed and is imputable to RUSESABAGINA, Paul. Now I think I have concluded, Your Honor. I don't know what is next. Yes, well, I think we should conclude here, but I think your colleagues have something they want to say, says the President. Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question. About the people who were kidnapped. The indictment is based on Article 151 of the Code of Criminal Code. And this article covers, kidnapping and unlawful holding of a person. So abduction and kidnappings are crimes, common crimes. but there are armed robberies that are carried out as terrorist acts. So I think this should be explained properly, because these are whether these are hostages, because hostage taking demands certain conditions to be filled before they were released. So there were never any negotiations. It was explained that the people were abducted as an act of terrorism. You know, they took them, they made them, force them to carry their properties against their will. They took them to a place where they just talked to them. There were no demands in exchange for their release, but they were, and therefore they were not hostages. No. I think, says the president, it is clear, it's obvious. The article that you based on was terrorism and crime of abduction and armed robbery. So are you basing, which article are you basing on? Yes, it is. First, we mentioned that abduction and armed robberies are provided for in the Code of Criminal Justice, just ordinary crimes. But in this context, they are terrorist acts based on 151 of this criminal code, but applied to Article 2 of the Terrorist Act. Fine, says the President. I think we shall conclude the proceedings here.
reka turi kureba itariki turi bwimurireho.
Right, so let me, excuse me, we'll have to check the calendar to set the date.
Okay, bari kugira ngo muraza kubibona.
Fine, I think you will have to check on the system and see the details, but the date is 21st and 22nd of this month. We looked at the month of the week of the 8th, or rather the week of the 8th, there are other cases. So the nearest is 21st and 22nd of March.
Kuri 22 umwanditsi yasohora inyandiko mvugo tukayisinya mbere yuko dusoza.
So 21st and 22nd April. But we shall now sign today's report.
uruhande rw'abaregera indishyi baze hano, abaregera indishyi baze kuri uru ruhande. Sinjyumva ushobora kuba uri ku yindi banza, reka nze murebe.
Karora Marcel. Shimimana. Metre. Mukolo iri kumiza. Uramusinyira. Shimimana. Nirora. Yamuremye. Bizimana Nizeyimana Mark Nzukarabe Sanzubukire Felicien na Munyaneza Anastase Kwitonda yitegura Kwitonda Andre Sanzubukire Munyaneza yego Sanzubukire Felicien Kwitonda Theogene Tagijimana Byukusenge Jean Claude na Nikuzwe Simeon Ntabaganyimana Joseph Mukarabe Jean Claude Simeo Ntabaganyimana Joseph so gukoresha igikuma tugira hino Joseph bigamije Ndutiye Yusufu Ndutiye Yusufu ntize ntabwo waje sibyo yaje ntiyaje ndizere sibarangiye
iburanisha ry'umunsi rirashojwe